Noting the hour, calling the Acton Select Board meeting to order. And first up is residents' concerns, where residents can come to the microphone stating your name and address with any concern that is not on the agenda. We'll be saving
that I want to redo and move there myself. I want to put a bedroom on the first floor and just redo it, make it look like a farmhouse and everything. And Ed's telling me that, I guess it's because it's such, I'm changing the windows, I'm insulating, I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff. And he says that I'm real close to the 50% thing. So he said, you should go in front of the selectmen because it's who decides whether you got to go all electric or leave it the way it is. The house is, I just put a new heating system in it 2 years ago. It's got a new hot water heater in it. I mean, I take real good care of the property, but in order to do the electric, it's over 50 grand, you know, that I got to put into this house. And it's just, I'm not going to put 50 grand in the house. it's going to be my own house. And I just got to find out what avenue I have to go to figure out if I got to go, go electric, if you guys are going to make me go electric, or I got to, I mean, I just talked to the state. The state says it's all changing anyway because nobody can get electricity, so. But I got propane there now and I got oil, so I'm trying to figure out what I got to do.
So I can take I know who you are.
Everybody does.
And I'll get back to you with an email or I'll ask the town manager which direction to go.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
do you want my email?
I can find it. I'm resourceful.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ouch.
Good evening.
There.
How are you? Happy New Year. Haven't seen you guys in a while. I'm here as a representative for Ironwork Farm and Acton Inc. And
I know who you are, but can you state your name? And yes,
sorry,
thank you.
Michaela Moran, 80 School Street. I have a proposal or a question for the town of Acton. If we at Ironwork Farm might be able to use a small strip of the public way, which is not paved and not driven on and not walked upon in South Acton along Main Street, to grow flax for the 250th, some of our 250th celebration. And it would be helpful if we can do that. The reason I ask for use of town land is that though we have some acreage at Faulkner, there isn't anything that's suitable, has enough sun, has enough flat land with enough sun to be able to do this. So the place I have designated is on Main Street, right next to Erickson's Grain Mill, behind or between I can give you a map, which Corey York kindly gave us, that is not on the Erickson's land, but it's not in the street or in the public way that people actually use. So I'm hoping that would be good. I can forward you that map, and you guys can let us know whether it's okay or not. It would just probably be for this year, this spring to fall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Figman. I live at 135 Skyline Drive in the Quail Ridge condominium community. First, I've served on some boards, and I want to thank you all. We've just been here for 2.5 years. We moved up for Sharon, Mass. to be near my daughter, son-in-law, and grandson, and did a circle around Andover, Mass. where they live, and bingo, we found Acton. And Acton reminds us very much of where we lived for almost 40 years in Sharon, Mass. Similar values, just a very similar town in regard to how the town is. So I thank you all for your service to the town, although I've only been here for 2.5 years. I know I'm not going to get an answer. I don't expect one. I realize there's a process. But I opened up my real estate tax bill about 3 weeks ago, and it had a 27.7% increase. And I'm trying to put my head around, my mathematical head, my common sense head, in regard to how that can be. We moved here 2.5 years ago. When we moved, we figured the HOA, we figured that the taxes that there would be for the town, figured there would be increases similar to what we experienced in Sharon for 40 years. And for the last thing that we thought was that we'd be looking at a 30% increase, and I'm just rounding it up. We live in Quail Ridge, and what makes it even somewhat more difficult to understand is that members of Quail Ridge, many are retired. I'm not. I work full-time. My wife still works full-time. We don't have children that go to schools. We have our own snow removal. Our public road maintenance is our responsibility. Our infrastructure, in many cases, is our responsibility. Streetlights and landscape are our responsibility. When I lived in Sharon, I voted for every override there was, because I've raised 2 girls and I couldn't be happier. But I'm just trying to figure out how the town can justify, and I realize there's a process, and I understand that, and that I need to do that. But I'm just a typical, I know people that in the community, and it appears Quail Ridge may be disproportionately assessed. I'm not saying it's a personal thing. We had 3 houses that were sold in 2023, 2 for over $1 million and 1 for about $850. And it just appears to have thrown everything out of whack. 2024 is lower, and if I knew my taxes would go up as high as 30%, I'm not sure that my wife and I might have had to consider a different community. So I'm just want to make you aware of one citizen's feeling. And again, like I said, I know the process and what needs to be done. But I'd kind of like to know where 30% goes, and if that's equitable. Thank you all very much for your time and listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are 22 online attendees, 1 with their hand raised.
Yeah,
Good evening.
we'll take the,
Good evening. I'm Vyacheslava Stepenko, 22 Pondview Drive. I'm also the chair of Redstone Condominium. And our residents concerned about the state of the Kelly Corner project. So for 2 years, we don't have frontal parking. The design of the frontage is kind of different from what was proposed, so we cannot put any plantings there or anything. And our driveway was damaged by the traffic because construction workers was parking there. So, and there was other inconveniences. And I'm going to file to request more compensation from the Department of Transportation. So, and I'm here asking for support, what town can, how town can support this claim. That's all. Thank you very much.
thank you. Any other residents' concerns? Oh, we'll take the online. And just a reminder to keep residents' concerns not related to an agenda item.
Okay, Tom, can you hear me okay?
Hi there.
I don't know if you can hear me, so.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you,
Okay.
Eric. Yeah.
Yep, okay. Hello, Eric, E-R-I-K, Heels, H-E-E-L-S, 17 Forest Road. I have a prepared statement to read. It will be my shortest yet. I apologize that I am not able to attend in person today, but I am not feeling 100%. Most likely because I, along with my neighbor, Joe Ciampa, stood in the 20-degree weather for 2.5 hours 2 days ago, Saturday, January 25th, 2025, to hand out pro-safety flyers at the DPW open house. Today, our Change.org petition, Build Sidewalks on Forest Road for a Safer Acton, passed the 300 supporter milestone. We have been advocating for a holistic approach to the proposed DPW building project, one that accounts for the safety of people and pets, as well as the overall safety of Actonians. But at this late date, not only have sidewalks not been added to the DPW project, this issue has not been added to the Select Board's agenda despite multiple requests. Please do for Robbins Park what you did for the neighbors of the North Acton Fire Station, include sidewalks. Please do not continue to ignore so many Acton voters on such an important safety issue. Eric Heels, 17 Forest Road, Actonian since 1995.
Thank you.
That's it online, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So moving on to chair update, I don't have an update. Oh, John?
Thank you. I was just going to congratulate the energy coaches and the town of Acton and all the volunteers, the sustainability office, Energize Acton, all the people that have been involved with the town's clean energy coaching program. 2 of the clean energy coaches are sitting right next to me. There may be a few others in the crowd. When we get awards for innovative programs that we're doing in our community, it raises the profile of the organization, and it was something that we're really proud of to get recognized on a state level. And the work that the energy coaches are doing to help people navigate the challenging complexities of upgrading your electric systems is a huge benefit to residents, and it's free. So I wanted to just acknowledge the work that went into this from the energy coaches and from the sustainability office, and put in a plug for the energy coaching program.
Members? Dean?
Just to let folks know, this coming Wednesday in this room, that's January 29th, there'll be another in our continuing series of Acton 250 speakers. This one will be speaking specifically about some of the military events at the Battle of the North Bridge and some of the evidence that's been recovered from the actual battle. It should be a good program, and that's at 7 o'clock on Wednesday. Thank you.
Alyssa?
Thank you. I just wanted to announce a couple of programs that are back in town. The Hazardous Waste Day this year is scheduled for Saturday, June 21st, from 9 to 11:30 a.m. at Forest Road, the Forest Road entrance to the Public Works facility. And I'm announcing it this far in advance because there will only be one this year. The second that we usually have was cut during the budget process. So if you cannot make it to that date, try and get a neighbor to take your hazardous waste on that day. So Saturday, June 21st, 9 to 11:30. The polystyrene recycling program is also starting up again the third Saturday of the month, and that runs from February through November to recycle bulky styrofoam. So this is not food containers like coffee cups or styrofoam trays. It's just like coolers and the packing that comes in big boxes, shipping boxes. And lastly, I wanted to announce that Thursday, January 30th, so this Thursday at 7 p.m., there will be a virtual public forum for the Housing Production Plan update. and you can find information on the town website about that. There's also a survey that will remain open until after the forum. We update the housing production plan every 5 years, and the last time we updated it, we had about 700 survey responses, and there are fewer than half that number. So we'd really like to hear, I know you've received a lot of surveys in the past several months, but one more, it will only take a few minutes of your time, and also please feel free to share that survey, which you can find on the website with your networks if you would. Thanks.
Jim?
The next meeting of the Transportation Advisory Committee is this Wednesday, the 29th, at 5:30. And there's about 9 items on here that relate to sidewalks. So if you're concerned about sidewalks, this might be a great meeting to check out, including forestry is on the agenda as item 2B. Thanks.
Thanks for that. David?
Thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that yesterday, the Acton Chinese Language School celebrated the Lunar New Year, as they do every year for the past couple of decades. It was a wonderful event as usual. It includes, it's a very family-oriented event. It has crafts and a dinner and a talent show. So it was a lot of fun.
First up, onto our public hearings. 7:10, change in hours, not your average Joe's, 305 Main Street, Acton. Is there someone here from Not Your Average Joe's? Yep. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 12 of the General Laws. The Select Board will hold a hearing in the Francis Faulkner Room 204 at Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually on January 27, 2025 at 7:10 p.m. on the application of Not Your Average Joe's, 305 Main Street, Acton, Mass. For a change in hours. The application can be inspected at Town Hall during normal business hours. Remote participants may view the hearing at www.actonmass.com/selectboard or from a telephone dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak.
So Senior Planner Kayla Sowers here, and it looks like the representative from Not Your Average Joe's just raised their hand.
Oh. Hi, Kayla.
Sorry, yes, I just
Yep.
was, my name's Sarah Murtaugh, and I just wasn't sure if you knew that I was here, so I wanted you to know I was here.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good.
So you were wanting to change hours. What are the current hours and what are you wanting to change hours to?
So we are looking to open earlier on Saturday and Sunday and begin service at 10 a.m. Currently, we open at 11 a.m. Everything else, the rest of the week will remain the same. So just Saturday and Sunday, bumping up 1 hour to 10 a.m.
Well, that's great. Any comment
Yeah.
from members? No? Alyssa?
I just want to say that brunch is my favorite meal. So I support this proposal.
Definitely.
Yes, and we have a brunch menu now, but we, know we probably need to go in a little earlier to help. So that is exactly why, to better our brunch sales. So please join us.
Great. So do I hear a motion?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Great, thank you.
We just are going to vote on the change in hours.
I move to approve the change in hours for Not Your Average Joe's, 305 Main Street.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you, Sarah. Have a good
Thank you
night.
very much. Appreciate your help. Thank you.
On to 7:15, change in hours for Velvet Vine Café, 166 Great Road, Acton. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 12 of the General Laws of the Select Board will hold a hearing in the Francis Faulkner Room, 204 at Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually on January 27th, 2025 at 7:15 on the application of Velvet Vine Café, 166 Great Road, Acton, Mass. For a change in hours. The application can be inspected at Town Hall during normal business hours. Remote participants may view the hearing at www.actonmass.com/select-board or from a telephone dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak. Computer and app users may use the raised hand feature to request to speak. Is Crystal in our virtual land? No? Crystal?
There does not appear to be anyone with their hand raised related to this matter, but the materials are presented in the
Right.
packet if there are any.
Actually, the last four digits of her phone number are up there. What is that?
It's 5932.
I don't see 5932. There is a dial-in user. If the dial-in user is from Velvet Vine, can you raise your hand?
Oh, great. Thanks, Tom. Crystal, are you on? For the Velvet Vine hearing?
Somebody just unmuted.
Can you hear? I am here.
We can hear you. Great. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So you are wanting to change your hours from, what are the current hours?
So we have the current hours as 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and that is Tuesday through Friday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we have from 7 to 11 p.m. and then Saturday 10 to 2 p.m. When we filled out the paperwork, I think we misunderstood, like we put the planned operating hours, but we were hoping to have more of a range of hours that we were free to play with, dependent on like, you know, what the town kind of showed us that they wanted.
And what are you wanting to change your hours to?
So we were just hoping to have the option of having the 7 a.m. to the 11 p.m. nightly, just so that if there was a night that, because people have already been asking us if we're going to open kind of midweek for dinner and things like that. And I guess we thought there was kind of like a town ordinance where if you have the liquor license, like this is the hours of the town. We didn't realize that it would be what we put for our operating hours.
So, yep. David?
So you, just to clarify, you're requesting 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday?
I think we actually wrote midnight, but. No,
Okay.
11 p.m. Yeah, 11 p.m. is fine. We're not planning on using those hours all week, but we just want the option to be able to do that if needed.
Any other questions? No? David?
I will say I went to Velvet Vine before they open for dinner, and it's got a very unique look to it. I would encourage
Yep.
people to check it out.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Jim?
The application we have in front of us that includes the vote mentions midnight rather than 11 PM. So I just wanted to be clear on what you were actually requesting, so we could vote on the right thing.
I thought, was that just specific to New Year's Eve?
It says corporate vote.
So I wasn't sure what the actual limit on time was as far as town-wide. We would love to be able to have the option to do kind of like a later night on the weekends if it seems like the people who live in town were kind of looking for that, but we weren't sure really the limit on that.
So I think that midnight is fine, right? And the opening letter, Jim, I think has their real request. And we can specify this in the motion. The letter that's signed by them, they're requesting Tuesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 12 midnight, and then Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12 midnight, and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Great.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Or, no, seeing none?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
I move to approve the change of hours at Velvet Vine Café, 166 Great Road, to Tuesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to midnight, Saturday, 10 a.m. to midnight, and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Good luck.
Thank you so much, guys.
And our third public hearing for the night, 7:20 PM, a use special permit number 0924-2024, 503 268 Main Street, which has been continued from January 13th, 2025. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on January 27th, 2025 at 7:20 PM. Continued from January 13th, 2025 in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204 at Town Hall. 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually www.actonmass.gov/meeting/select board on the application of Travis Minor for a use special permit under zoning bylaw section 3.4.11 and 10.3 at 268 Main Street, map F3 parcel 86-1. Application materials and how to participate remotely are available online and at Acton Town Hall. Do we have, yes, and if you can go to the mic, it's already turned on.
Good evening. My name's Travis Minor. I'm here. I, first of all, appreciate the fact that you've been patient with us as we've continued multiple times on this item. We are in the process of preparing to open an Office of Open Door Education at the corner of, at Kelly's Corner at 268 Main Street. We've operated for the past 14 years, just a couple doors down here at 492 Main Street. And this will be a second office for us in Acton where we'll offer auxiliary services. And we wanted to be sure that we had everything buttoned up before coming before you this evening.
Great, thank you. Do we have questions? David?
So I'm the select board member assigned to this project, so I can give the board a little bit of an update. There are really just two things that have changed since the last time, but since the time before we continued the hearing. First of all, the applicant has arranged for extra parking at the Bolodrome, so they meet their minimum number of spaces. That remote parking is allowed under Kelly's Corner zoning, so that is done. And then the second thing is based on the comments about the neighboring apartments that were made at our last meeting. Alyssa and I looked into that as Alyssa's liaison to the water district, and I was assigned to this project, and we looked into that a little bit. And it turns out that the water connection is a little bit confused, and they probably do not have a separate water hookup. So there are two possible ways of doing it, and we can talk about in a second, and depending on what the board wants to do. But I would recommend that we condition the permit on the applicant getting a separate water connection within 6 months of the approval of the permit to be verified by the water district. So there are a couple ways we could word that, and that clears up the confusion on the water connection. So those are the only two things, and the only other conditions in the permit would be the standard mandatory findings that we have for all use permits.
Thank you. Any other questions? Jim?
Maybe it's a question for David or Alyssa. You laid out these two options for the water issue, the other one being conditioning the approval on the water district certifying that the unit has independent water service prior to opening. The only reason I was leaning towards that second one is because I didn't see that there would be an enforcement mechanism for the first one. If 6 months comes and they're all open and we discover they don't have independent water service, what can we do? Whereas the second one, getting the independent water service prior to opening, seemed very clear. It gives the applicant and the building owner a very clear and strong requirement to fix this problem. I mean, I know there's this whole other issue that's beyond our scope about, the thousands of gallons of water that have been wasted. But that's, I understand that's outside our scope, but I'm very happy to mention it out loud again because it still rankles me that there's, there are all those extra charges sitting on the condominium right now.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, we could ask the applicant to comment on the water hookup.
Hi there, yeah.
Hello. I can only provide so much information because I don't own the building and haven't owned the building. My wife and I are in the process of purchasing the building. We were unaware of this issue until recent weeks when we became aware of the issue. We've been working with the current owners to ensure that this is resolved well within the 6 months recommended. And frankly, as soon as possible, not only so that we're paying our fair share for our water and the condominium isn't saddled with that, but also so that the excavation can get done and paving can proceed the Kelly's Corner project.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I'm in agreement with Jim that I prefer the second option because I think that given the issue, Jim, that you mentioned, it would be I think, appreciated by the folks at Redstone Condominium to have no risk of additional expenses on their part for water. Not that I'm expecting that from Open Door Education, but I think just the confidence of the neighbors next door and also the enforcement mechanism that Jim mentions.
That's great. David?
Was there a date that you wanted to open by?
I was hoping to be open in February.
And have you looked at all into how long it would take you to get a separate water meter?
Again, that is on the current owners of the property, so they've provided some information. They've indicated that they've spoken with an excavator, and we're going to place conditions in our closing agreement to ensure that this is resolved in a timely fashion. My understanding is that based on what we're applying for, a sort of exception to the current zoning in that location would not preclude another business from operating there in the meantime. So I guess it feels to me like there'd be an incongruity with a business being able to operate there without there being a change in zoning, which my wife's business will do, and for us to be held up in being able to open our location there.
So I understand that what Jim and Alyssa are saying. This is an extra condition that is not often, maybe never before added to a use permit. I think conditioning on the 6 months is fine, which would allow them to open on schedule. That actually, and I was not the person that met with council, perhaps the planning division has a comment, but I think that first wording was the one suggested by council. So I was wondering if you could ask Kayla to comment.
That would be great. I would love Kayla to comment.
Hi, good evening, members of the board. Kayla Sauer here with the Planning Division. That is correct. That was the first condition that Town Council offered. I will say that she offered both conditions as an option. The reason why the Planning Division recommended the first one is kind of twofold. One, it is a pre-existing condition with the current owners, which I think we all understand. But two, based off of conversations with Travis, there's a lot of construction going on in Kelly's Corner, and it's not just something with the water meter that they could come out tomorrow and potentially fix. It may be something that might be scheduled weeks out in order to get the water district out and get Kelly's Corner set up. So that's why we lean towards the first, but the board obviously can pick the second.
The fact that the new owner has put this in as a condition of the sale, that this matter, be addressed in a timely manner, is very reassuring to me. If the general tendency of the board ends up going with the first clause, the independent water service within 6 months, I could go along with that.
I feel good about that too. When are you actually closing on?
Our current date is scheduled for February 10th, but that may get pushed back if we need to finalize some of these terms.
Great, thank you. Alyssa?
Thank you, Kayla, for that explanation behind the recommendation for the 6 months. I just want to understand if the separate water meter is not connected before the new businesses open, does that mean that the condominiums will be funding the water use and there's a related issue, the sewer use, for this business until that water meter is hooked up? I just want to understand what the results would be if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would assume, I'm not an expert on this, but I would assume it would be the same as what's happening now, which is, I think they're sharing the water service.
Thank you. So I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't think that it's fair, and I understand that this is an issue that was pre-existing, but I don't think it's tenable to risk having it continue for the condominium to continue paying. Exactly for the reasons that the planning staff recommend the 6 months, because there's construction at Kelly's Corner, because it could take some time, then that indicates to me that the current situation could continue forcing the condominium homeowners association to continue paying for service. And I understand the incongruity, but it's really unfortunate that that this situation was not resolved before the current owners entered into negotiations to sell the property. It's not fair to you, and it's also not fair to the condominiums next door.
Is there hope of you resolving this before your close date? Or no?
I don't know that it's possible for the excavation to happen before then. My understanding is the excavator intends to do the work as soon as it's reasonable to do so, temperature-wise, and with the logistics they need to work out with the town, but I don't know when that will be.
Should we extend this public hearing? I mean, I don't know what, so are we don't need to extend the public hearing, no. Okay, we'll just place an extra condition.
Well, if we wanted to do that, we could extend the public hearing till just next week, right? If you thought you'd have more information by that time. So if you had the choice of us approving it today before opening your business, or waiting a week, which would you prefer?
I suppose I'd wait a week to get more information.
That sounds great, then. Alyssa?
So Travis, I know that in one of the correspondences from the water district manager, that he requested permission from the current owner for you to engage in communications with them. Has that happened?
Yes, I spoke with Matt on Friday.
Okay, great.
So our next meeting is February 3rd? February 3rd, so we'll push the public hearing to that date. Oh, Jim and David.
I was just going to make the old motion about changing the.
We just need to confirm the time that's
Yeah.
not already booked with another public hearing.
Right.
And Lisa's doing hand motions
Yep,
over
yep.
there that I don't understand.
So that, Lisa, if I said 7:10, that would be okay?
No.
No, not okay.
That's clearly a no.
Okay. What would be okay? If I said 7:20? What if I said 7:30? Okay. Oh, that means wait. It doesn't mean go higher up in time. Okay.
7:25.
7:25.
We currently have a 7:10 and a 7:15 on that meeting already scheduled, so give an extra few minutes and try 7:25? Okay, the board can decide.
7:20, it is.
Okay, then I would move to continue this hearing until 7:20 on February 3rd.
May I ask briefly what specific information would be most useful for me to be able to provide before then?
Well, first I'll second Jim's motion.
Yeah.
And then-
Well, David, yeah.
So, can I ask, as part of discussing this motion, would board members think that they would be satisfied if there was a contractual agreement to have the water service upgraded with an end date?
Yes.
I'd also be interested to have a backup plan so that if it's not in place because of construction or because of the temperature or what have you, that I guess you're conditioning your signing on it happening, so it would have to be with the current owner. I don't even know if this is possible, to have the current owner responsible for any water and sewer usage, but it sounds like you won't even be moving. No, you could move in, even if you didn't own the building. I also want to tell you that I fully support both of the businesses that are opening up, and I'm really sorry that you are in this position.
It's part of the process. I've learned a lot.
David?
I think you're kind of maybe getting a sense, we want as much certainty as possible to know when the water service would be upgraded. And so whatever you can work out with the current owner as far as, sending a contract to the planning division or whatever, showing when, that the contract is, the excavation is due to start on February 17th or whatever it is, that would be very helpful.
Okay. I will reach out to the owners and provide whatever I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Yes. This is just. Yeah, to continue. Yes.
Just short comment.
Okay.
Just short comment. So, since I was deeply involved in this issue, and we have contractor, they had traced the water pipes and was involved into this also. I made a request from him to make an estimate on the work that can be done there, that how much it will be. And generally, I'm going to work with Matt Mastoller and the neighbors about making the the quickest and most economical way to resolve the situation. And about expenses that already occurred, I'm going to make a claim in a small claims court. So I don't see any other. So thank you.
Now we can vote. All in favor?
Aye.
And on to new special business. Number 6 is discussion of police department response on January 20th, 2025. We'll hear from the town manager.
Thank you. And Wanjiko and the chief are going to be up here for this conversation so that they can contribute as well. So this agenda item is based on several emails and requests that we received from members of the public. The chair wanted to put this on the agenda to allow for discussion of an incident that took place that members of the community were concerned about. So basically what happened that night is that the school district plow operator called with a report of someone at the school that they were concerned about. And our police department responded. And that was the incident that created some concern. So the Chief Cogan's here to provide, and so we got several emails, including from family members of the individual that was stopped that night by the police. And so we've been working since that time, which was about a week ago, to understand what happened and to provide a clear report for the board and anyone else that's interested in hearing about it, about what happened and some of the circumstances that led to it happening. So I think I'd like to just, and we put information in the packet today about both the report from the police chief and some cover information from me. And so I'm going to use that as the talking points. And I think I'd like to talk a little bit, and then have the police chief provide the input, and then finish with some work that Wanjiko Gashohe and I have been doing with the chief since that time, and talk about some next steps that we've outlined. Does that work? Okay, so.
Sounds great, yeah.
I first want to say that I've interacted with the family of the individual and provide feedback and offered to assist. I've reviewed the 911 call, the radio transmissions. I watched the body camera footage. And I think one thing that's important to clarify is that this was not a situation where the police were patrolling. It wasn't a random stop. It was a call for service from the school plow operator around 1 in the morning. The chief is going to go into more details about that. But I just want to say that I know that it can be unsettling and intimidating to be stopped by the police. Even if the police are courteous, professional, and do everything right, it's still intimidating and unsettling. I understand that, and I acknowledge that. And I apologize for any inconvenience and distress that an incident like this has caused in the community. And I think that some of the information we're going to share tonight will be helpful for a fuller understanding of what happened that night. So I think before I talk about some of the work that we've been doing for next steps, I'd ask Chief Cogan to provide some input on his review of the matter.
Thank you, John. Thank you to the board for having me here. I would just like to first start by saying I echo John's concerns and understanding of someone being stopped by the police, and that it can be a very intimidating and scary thing for someone to be approached by the police. But I'd like to share with you what I've prepared for the town manager in a response to this incident. So I was requested to provide a review of the incident, and here it is. The Acton Police Department is a progressive and public safety agency. We are dedicated to upholding our community's values and strong commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. This memo is offered to the community via the town manager because the town of Acton Police Department is accountable to the town of Acton. And it's our duty to explain any and all police actions we undertake in the community. When we hear a concern from a member of our community, those concerns are taken very seriously. And I understand how they can impact the trust and relationships between the police department and the residents we serve. This memo is also offered to explain why police departments and police officers take specific actions at specific times. It's not enough to state that we acted in accordance with our policies and procedures. We must explain those policies and procedures to our community in hopes that it will further a better understanding of the job of a police officer. On January 20th, shortly after 1:30 a.m., our dispatch center received a call from a school district snowplow operator who was plowing the new Boardwalk campus on Spruce Street due to the snowstorm. The caller advised the dispatcher that an individual was walking around the school building on 2 occasions, this is in quotes, staring at us, kind of weird, by himself, walking around aimlessly, looking at the building, walking in circles. I don't know if you guys want to check this out. The dispatcher then asked the caller what the individual is wearing, and the caller replies, brown jacket, blue denim jeans, blue Dickies. The caller then advised the dispatcher that he does not believe he is part of the shoveling crew as they are not in yet. There was no mention of the person's race. The department or the dispatcher then advised the caller that he would send an officer over to that location, and he dispatched 2 officers. Dispatching 2 officers or 2 units to a call is the standard procedure at night. The call made by the snowplow operator necessitated a police response. It's a call for service, and we were therefore required to respond to assess the situation and ensure public safety for the community, the caller, the plow driver, and the individual seen walking. The dispatcher advised the responding officers that the caller is reporting a man walking at the school wearing a brown jacket, blue jeans. Officially, the call gets labeled in our records management system as suspicious person. This does not imply any guilt or innocence, only that the caller reported a person who could be acting in a suspicious manner. The first responding officer arrived a few minutes later and approached the individual walking on Spruce Street with the officer's body-worn camera activated. We have provided the complete body-worn camera footage for your review, as well as the audio of the call and the radio transmissions. This is also available to the public. The officer asked the individual if he minded taking his hands out of his pockets, which he did. This is not something that is required specifically in our policies. However, I would ask anyone to put themselves in the position of an individual police officer responding to a call late at night in the snow and It is exceedingly common for police officers to ask that a person keep their hands in sight during a traffic stop or any other type of call in which they are interacting with the person. Asking a person to keep their hands visible may sound alarming, but it is done for the safety of everyone present, and it's a way of preventing a situation from escalating. The individual then asked the officer, "What's going on?" The officer explained the call was received by the plow driver and they were concerned about him. The officer then asked if the individual was okay, and he said he was out for a walk. The officer asked the individual if he had an ID, and he stated he did not have it with him. After a brief conversation, the officer asked the individual if he minded giving his name. The individual then stated his name and advised the officer that he's a resident of Spruce Street. While the officer is preparing to write down the name, he asked the resident again if he minded keeping his hands out of his pockets for him, and explains that it's for safety. During the interaction, the second officer arrives on scene, also wearing his activated body-worn camera. At this time, it appears that the resident is concerned that he has been approached by the officers, and the second officer advises him that there is no trespassing at the school at this time. We note that a no trespassing after dark sign is posted at the entry of the school campus at the end of Spruce Street. The second officer asked the resident why he was walking at the school. The resident advised that he was on the dock. The second officer advised the resident that he was just suspicious, and the plow driver asked us to check on him. During the brief conversation, the second officer asked the resident where he lived, and he said that he didn't know if he was homeless or needed help, and the caller was just worried about him. The resident asked why, and the officer told him that it was cold and snowing, and most people don't walk around at 1:30 in the morning in the snow. As the first officer walked back from his cruiser, he thanked the resident for their understanding at that time. The shift supervisor arrived at the location and was advised that everything was all set, and the officers left the location. The exchange lasted 4 minutes, from arriving on scene to officers departing the area. On the evening of January 20th, later that same day, I received an email from a resident who raised concerns regarding the interaction her brother had with the police. I reached out that night by calling her on the phone to let her know we would be reviewing the incident and would respond to her concerns. We also reached out directly to the resident involved. On January 21st, the town manager responded to the resident explaining the review process, which included members of the police department command staff, the town manager, and the DEI director. The DEI director met with the resident and his sister shortly afterward. Upon reviewing the body-worn camera footage and call, I want to state that the officer's actions were within policy using best practices. The Acton Police Department was called by a plow operator to respond to a location to check on a person walking late at night in a snowstorm. The department was required to respond, and the officers appeared to be polite, professional, and courteous to the resident. No force was used, and no threatening language was used. I fully understand that every police action and interaction can be interpreted differently by those involved. We regularly train to improve our officers' ability to engage in a positive and cordial manner with community members in a way that fosters trust and understanding. I look forward to continuing the conversation with the family to discuss their concerns and to work collaboratively towards a resolution that ensures both parties understand each other and each other's intentions. That's my statement. I'd also just like to share some additional information concerning West Acton. I live in West Acton, and I've lived there for just about 30 years, and there's not a lot that happens at night, but from time to time there is. And I want to share with you a few calls that we received since September 30th of suspicious activity or things that were out of the ordinary. So on September 30th at 6:27 a.m., we responded, the police department was called to respond to a male that was reportedly following a female who was walking a dog. The officers responded and encountered a male who was homeless. He had walked all night. He cooperated with the police. He answered the questions. We identified him, and he was sent on his way. He denied following this woman, although the woman reported that she was being followed. This person had a lengthy criminal record. Again, he was sent on his way because we had no evidence at that time that anything else had occurred. But we were sent to investigate, and we did. On a week later, October 6th, 36 Charter Road at the high school, officers located a vehicle in the parking lot. It was occupied at 1:38 a.m. This is out of the ordinary. This is something that officers will check on, and they did, and they determined that it was a junior operator who couldn't operate a vehicle, so they gave that person a ride home. On a week later, on 10/11, 30 Main Street, Buscemi's Market, an officer discovered a person walking around that building at 18 minutes after midnight. It's closed. Turns out they identified that person and arrested them for 4 outstanding warrants. Also, on October 29th and 30th, we had a report of 11 motor vehicle B&Es in the West Acton area overnight. 11. On November 3rd, on Central Street, we had a report of a B&E of a motor vehicle, and a suspect was found with stolen property at 23:34 or 11:34 p.m. On 12/15, a month later, on Main Street, a vehicle was parked in a location. We came upon that. It was suspicious. They ran the parties, and they were sent on their way. When I say they ran, they identified the people that were involved because they were they were parked in a suspicious spot, and they checked. They were sent on their way. On 12/20, 75 Spruce Street, the Boardwalk School, a male party was seen walking at 56 minutes after midnight, and he was asked to leave the property as it's posted, no trespassing. So those are just a few of the incidents that have occurred since September in West Acton. A lot of us are asleep when this occurs, but I just wanted to give some background on that as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So I just wanted to open it up. John?
I can talk about what we'd like to do for next steps now or later in the discussion. Why don't I do it now?
Sure.
So in collaboration with Wanjiko, our DEI director, and the chief and a few other members of the command staff, we've been discussing some ideas that we think will be helpful moving forward. I think we've learned a lot. Every time there's an incident, regardless of what happened in the incident, it's an opportunity for us to learn and do better. And so we acknowledge that there is a troubling history of interactions between the police and people of color in our country, and some even in our community. We understand it'll take time to mend that history. But I feel strongly that as an accredited department, the Acton Police Department follows procedures, holds themselves accountable, as the chief is doing here tonight, and to some of the highest standards that are set for modern policing. I also think the recent implementation of body-worn cameras has really demonstrated that we want to support transparency and that accountability. We're looking at how we do dispatching A lot of things change slowly. I think the use of the term suspicious person, I think, is something that we should look at. I understand that it's helpful in some cases, but I think it's really just used as shorthand to kind of give a quick heads up to the officer that something might be up. But I think that we're going to work on ways to refer to those calls as well-being checks, unless there's a real significant reason to change the terminology to suspicious person. I think it's a small change, but I think it's something that will help frame things for both the staff and for the community as we continue to work on accountability and transparency. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that we're looking at continuing the workshops. Wanjiko and the chief participated in some pretty significant trainings this year with other communities about working on racial equity and making that part of the work all the work that we're doing at local levels. And we've done a ton of workshops and other programs. And we have more to do, and I think we're committed to continuing to do that. And we're also, through Wanjiko's leadership, we received a grant for $40,000 or $50,000 to do an equity audit. And that's going to start this winter. An equity audit is going to look at all the procedures and policies of every department, not just the police department, but the whole organization, and look at those policies and procedures and identify, using an outside entity, a third party, and community engagement, et cetera, identify ways to recommend improvements to those policies and procedures. As I said, continue to evolve, continue to try to find ways to do better. Those were some of the things I wanted to make sure I mentioned. Was there anything that you wanted to add, Wanjiko? No?
I can open discussion up to board members or if there are any residents with concerns, you know the drill, state your name and are you wanting to discuss or? I think.
For me, I'm happy to do that after. I don't know about other
Yeah, I'd
members.
like to hear from residents first.
Okay. Just state your name and address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Say again? It's fine. Can you hear me? Okay, hi. Just want to speak briefly about, I guess, why I was out so late at night. I came here recently to Acton about 5 months ago to help my sister with her new business. She opened a Menchie's in Littleton, and it needs a lot of work. We don't have enough employees, and I'm pretty much closing every day. I generally don't get home till like maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. Those machines need a lot of maintenance, and that's the cause why.
Excuse me, could you speak up, please?
Sure, I'm sorry. Yeah, so generally I'm up late pretty night because I'm helping my sister manage a new store in Littleton. It's called Menchie's. It's a lot of the machines need maintenance, and I generally don't get home till 2 in the morning. And this affects my circadian rhythm. You know, a lot of times, like even on my day off, I can't get to sleep. So on the night in question, January 20th, it was snowing, and I thought it was quite nice. I thought I'd occupy my time by shoveling the driveway. And I shoveled also the cars. I took the snow off the cars. And I went on a walk afterwards. I was stopped by the police shortly after, as the police chief outlined in his statement. I don't want to mince words. I do believe that on that night in question that my Fourth Amendment rights were violated. The Fourth Amendment is a cornerstone of individual liberty in the United States. Its protections are essential for a free and just society. The Fourth Amendment and the Bill of Rights is crucial for several reasons. It protects individual privacy. It limits government power. It upholds the rule of law by demanding searches and seizures be conducted according to legal procedures, and preserves freedom from arbitrary arrest. The requirements for probable cause and warrants helps prevent unjustified arrest and detention. So what constitutes probable cause in Massachusetts? In Massachusetts, probable cause is more than a mere suspicion. Probable cause is a higher standard It requires more than a hunch or a feeling. It demands reasonable belief based on specific facts or circumstances that a crime has or is being committed. Observations by law enforcement, this could include things like witnessing suspicious activity, observing evidence of a crime, smelling odor of drugs, information from reliable informants. Information from informants can be considered, but it must be reliable and credible. What we gather from this case is there was zero or none of the behavioral characteristics relayed in the call to law enforcement rose to the level of anything considered even remotely criminal. And in a subsequent call to Sergeant Edward Lawton, he assured us that walking through the boardwalk campus was 100% legal and was not trespassing. I later reviewed or went through it, the campus at a later date, and although I did see a no trespassing sign in front of the parking lot, there was no such signs by the sidewalk or anywhere near the boardwalk. So if this is the case, I don't know what reason or purpose detaining or searching my name could have, through a police database, could have given. I'd like to propose the Acton PD to look further into this with an open and honest outlook, as our constitutional rights are the bedrock issue for all Acton residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alia, Spruce Street. I come before you to address some significant concerns I have regarding policing in Acton and to highlight some troubling patterns of bias and inconsistency in enforcement practice by Acton PD. These incidents are not isolated, and I'd like to share some examples that provide context for my concerns. Last spring, my husband was driving in West Acton when he was pulled over by an Acton police officer. The officer never left his car. After a few minutes of my husband sitting on the side of Massachusetts Avenue, the officer simply told him he could leave. It was an odd interaction. When we sought an explanation from from Manjiku, we were told the officer mistakenly typed my husband's plate number into the system incorrectly, but my husband hadn't committed a crime, so the obvious question remains, why was his plate number being searched in the first place? Fast forward to last fall, a neighbor of mine, a Dominican woman, endured years of abuse from her boyfriend. When she finally sought help and called Acton PD, she was the one arrested. Believing this must have been a mistake, I spoke directly to the officers at the scene. I explained that I had been her neighbor for years and could hear abuse through the walls. I urged the officers to speak to other neighbors to corroborate my statement, yet they didn't follow up with anyone or include my account in their report. Her abusive boyfriend, who was white, faced no consequences. So this wasn't just disappointing, it was disturbing. And now I bring you to just last week. My younger brother Khalil decided to take a late night walk in West Acton, and he was treated as though he were a criminal. Walking at 1 a.m. in this area is not uncommon. I too walk late at night. About a month ago, a new officer stopped me while I was walking on the Boardwalk campus. It was probably about 2 a.m. Politely, he asked me why so many people were there late at night. I explained it's a well-lit, safe space for us night owls. On the same night my brother went for a walk, I was out walking in the snow just 30 minutes earlier. I've crossed paths with Acton PD during my walks many times without issue, but Khalil's experience was vastly different. The officers claimed he was trespassing. He wasn't. They described his actions in ways that painted him in a nefarious light, using words like walking in circles instead of just walking, or waving and staring instead of just watching the plows. As if trying to create suspicion or suggest mental health concerns. In reality, he was simply walking and watching the snow. But Khalil stood out. He's Black. Unlike the people Acton PD usually sees on the Boardwalk campus at night, he was someone new to them, someone they didn't recognize. This unconscious bias, or perhaps conscious bias, is clear. I, a Black woman who frequently walks the same area, haven't experienced the same treatment. The difference, Khalil's a new face, a Black man perceived as out of place. These instances paint a troubling picture of how Acton PD operates and who they choose to police. These events prompt larger questions as to how we as a community are being policed. Why are plate numbers being searched for no apparent reason? Why is a woman calling for help arrested instead of protected? Why is a Black man treated as a criminal for doing something as ordinary as walking at night? I urge the Select Board to look critically at Acton PD's practices and you, Chief Kogan, particularly regarding racial bias and how discretion is exercised. These stories illustrate a need for transparency, accountability, and meaningful change to ensure everyone in Acton, regardless of race, feels safe and respected in our community.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Hello, I'm Linda Vieira, Great Elm Way. We are speaking on behalf of the Steering Committee of Indivisible Acton Area, a nonpartisan organization working for an inclusive democracy through civic actions. We are concerned that the actions on January 20th by the Acton Police Department were deemed routine, normal, and appropriate by the Acton Police and the town manager. We believe this situation could have been handled with greater restraint, professionalism, and consideration for individual rights and circumstances. While we appreciate the officers checking on this person's well-being, they could have approached him with less suspicion and greater courtesy. Simply asking if he was okay or needed assistance would have established a more positive foundation for the interaction. We feel it was inappropriate to question why he was walking late at night or assume that he might be homeless, as these questions were based on unfounded assumptions. Prioritizing facts and avoiding stereotypes or biases can help prevent unnecessary offense or escalation. We believe a person's individual rights need to be respected at all times. The officers could have communicated that he was not obligated to provide identification unless there was a reasonable suspicion of a crime, which was not present in this situation. Misleading him about a potential trespassing charge to compel compliance was inappropriate and potentially unlawful. Repeatedly demanding that he keep his hands out of his pocket was unnecessary and could have been, and probably was perceived as confrontational. Once it was determined that no laws had been broken, the officers could have explained why they were there and assured him he was not in trouble. An apology for the inconvenience could have made the individual feel reassured and respected. Instead of dismissing Alia's concerns as a normal procedure, the police department could have taken her email, and I hope they will, as an opportunity for reflection and dialogue, acknowledging how the incident may have been perceived as invasive and/or biased, and continuing to review protocols would have been more constructive. Stella?
Stella Coe, 11 Gussid Road. We appreciate the police department's collaboration with the DEI office on hiring practices and its participation in training and initiatives. This incident presents an opportunity to incorporate real-world scenarios and explore implicit bias training to help officers handle similar situations more effectively. Ali was told this likely won't happen again because the police now know her brother, suggesting future stops will be avoided not due to an acknowledgement of wrongdoing, but because of personal familiarity. This raises concerns that others of his race who are unfamiliar to the police may still face similar treatment, perpetuating systemic inequality and leaving the underlying issue unaddressed. By adopting a more empathetic, rights-conscious, and restrained approach, this situation could have been resolved without escalating tensions or leaving the individual feeling targeted or disrespected. The events on January 20th carry implications beyond Alia's brother and family, affecting the trust and confidence of the entire community. Everyone in Acton, residents and visitors, should feel safe walking its streets without fear of arbitrary actions. Trust in law enforcement grows when it is seen as a source of support and safety. We urge the town of Acton to reflect on this incident, engage with the community, and meet with all the parties concerned to seek an equitable resolution that addresses their concerns, fosters reassurance, and promotes community healing. Thank you.
How's that? Dr. Melissa Brown, 399 Great Road. I just wanted to come here and share that we really need to consider a trauma-informed policy and practice. Certainly, First Amendment's Fourth Amendment rights, there's concerns about that, but I am deeply concerned that the assumptions we're making about what individuals are capable and not capable of doing when faced with police coming towards them is deeply concerning. I have had Black male students in my class say that they don't believe that they would be able to follow orders directed by an officer. People are having traumatized reactions. There's fight, there's flight, there's freeze. To ask someone to show their hands, to respond in a way that makes the officer feel safe does not consider the individual's physiological arousal. We really need to think about what our residents of color are experiencing in these situations, particularly now in this day and age when communities of color, immigrant communities are highly, highly targeted. And I really hope we can make sure that we resolve this and that we don't end up in a situation like this that could be far worse. Thank you.
I'm Jim Carey, Guswood Road. I think two things can be true. I think there can be a lot of trauma associated with an interaction with the police, and I think the police can have followed all of their policies and procedures actively. I know from personal experience when I was much younger that when multiple police officers decide to take a serious interest in you, it's much more traumatic and much more chaotic than a single police officer having a conversation. I think my situation involved 4 police officers and 3 cars and a lot of shouting, and I'm a white guy. So I hope that we can take that into account as we look at how we're moving forward with this. And I do hope, instead of arguing, as it seems we've started, and perhaps not tonight, so instead of arguing that everybody's doing the right thing, we should be looking at this as a chance to find out how to do better. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are 25 online attendees, and 3 of them have their hands raised.
Okay, there we go. Hi, I'm Glenn Cody. I live in Strawberry Hill Road. I'm civically engaged. I'd just like some clarification. So I looked on the Acton's Police Department's website, I looked on the Facebook page, I looked on the Twitter page. I don't currently see a link of existing policies or existing DEI procedure, existing policies regarding the stop, or if, could that be added to the quick links section on the website, please? We're talking about procedure was adhered to, and it's like, okay, that sounds good. I think it would be helpful to the conversation writ large to make sure everyone is on the same page of exactly what it is that agreed upon procedure is by the police department. I'm sure there's going to be miscommunication, feelings are going to be hurt. So just like, I think that would be a wise thing, just to the Facebook page, make it graphically engaging if you have to, so it's more engaging for the platform of social media. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do to make sure that this conversation is treated with grace. And I'll share a personal anecdote. It's just, so I was at a candlelit vigil shortly before the election in Concord, and that's a different police department. But like, I was I was holding a little candle because peace, and peace is lovely. And police officers approached me, they were courteous, they were polite, and they asked for my ID. And like, I personally wouldn't describe that as traumatic for myself, but I would describe it as a bit unnerving. I'm like, do I have to? And I felt like I couldn't even ask if I had to. I felt like I had to, and I didn't want to, and I did. And I wasn't totally comfortable with that, and I think it should just be, it should be acknowledged for this moment that, like, it can stress someone out to be like, hey, can you please provide your ID? Even if it's administered as a request instead of a command, it can still feel like you don't have a choice. And that's a bit unnerving for some people, particularly regarding how your lived experience is in a multitude of scenarios. It's a reasonable thing to feel concerned about. I think that's about everything I had to say. Let's be real quick here. If there's anything I can contribute to this conversation, could the existing DEI policies and existing protocol regarding stops please go on the quick link section of the Acton Police Department website and the Facebook page? Okay, thank you.
Sure. If you just approach the mic and tell us your name and address.
I'm Cindy Soul. I live at 13 Alcott Street in Acton. And I actually wanted to follow up a little bit on the policy of sending more than one officer, which I understand. The idea, I kind of wanted to echo the sense of having 2 patrol cars show up one after another, how intimidating that can feel. My husband and I were walking on Concord Road one beautiful day, and were approached by a young black man we had started a conversation with him. He'd come here for a job interview and was trying to figure out exactly how to get home to where he was. We were having a lovely conversation. A patrol car pulled over on Concord Road, stopping traffic. You know, it was awkward, but the police officer was just wanting to make sure that they'd received a call that someone needed a ride or something like that. And I thought maybe he had called the police department, but it turned out that somebody had called the police department saying that there was an unknown person asking for rides or something like that. And so we were clarifying that, and the police officer was very polite, very pleasant. We were all having a lovely conversation, and then a second patrol car pulled up with another police officer. And all of a sudden, it started, even to us, as 75-year-old white people in Acton, that this was getting really kind of awkward. And they stayed there. We resolved whatever the problem was, whatever the conversation was. And they ended up kindly, I think, offering to give him a ride to the town line or something like that, where he could catch a train back to where he was going. But the whole episode really left us feeling shaken, that I was not at all sure that if a white person was walking down the street and having this conversation with us, that a patrol car would have pulled over, much less 2. And I understand now that there was a call, but I suspect that part of what this raises for us as a town is, again, the question of when police officers are called with a concern about somebody who isn't known in their neighborhood having a conversation. So I don't think it's all on the police officers. I think it's all on all of us. And particularly in this climate at this point, I think it's really, really important for those of us in town to be careful about the assumptions that we make about people who might not be familiar to us in our neighborhood. And I appreciate hearing about the concerns that police have addressed in the neighborhood, which I'm grateful for the responses. But I think that this is a serious concern for all of us. And it's not the only experience we've had like that in town. We've been here for over 30 years. And it's just something I hope that we do really seriously continue to work on. I'm really glad for Wanjiku's work with us. And thank you, John, for incorporating it into things that we want to work on in the future.
There are now 5 people online.
I'll take the first caller. Hello?
Hi, this is Tara from Mass Ave here. And I look forward to a community conversation and would like a public review of policies and procedures. Out walking late at night should not be considered suspicious or in need of help. Work is not the only reason to be out late at night. I love that he was looking at the snow falling near a beautiful natural scene. Please let's not discourage people from walking on public property at night, especially where nature is involved. There's peace and serenity from being in nature at night. Other language changes to consider using public safety versus law enforcement. Military language like command staff is troubling. Sent on his way, perhaps just say stop questioning him. Surveillance, the nature of surveillance, the idea that we know you is not a policy that's a good idea if we want to be inclusive. I agree with Aaliyah, Linda and Melissa. No one I know who's white has had these types of interactions, and I wonder why friends of mine who are black say they don't feel comfortable walking around in Acton without a white person accompanying them. It's traumatic to be asked for an ID where there's no legitimate need to do so. Last year, we've got to stop these incidents. Last year, a friend of color called 911 for help when the man living in her house beat her up. Even though she was the one who was visibly injured, she was arrested. These incidents should not be happening. Acton should work to reduce and repair the harm. I appreciate the town managers and the police chief's openness to dialogue, and I look forward to a community conversation because this has to stop. Thank you.
Hi, next caller.
Hi, Nijan Datta, Winthrop Drive. I think the police acted perfectly reasonably in this case. Nothing in what the police officer said, and I have not watched the video or the audio, but nothing in how I heard the police officer, the police chief say this incident went. Everything looked perfectly by the book, very reasonable, and I think this is making much ado about, at least this case is not representative of anything bad about the police. If anything, it is representative of everything they did correctly. It was not a Fourth Amendment violation. There was no search and there was no seizure. Nothing was unreasonable. It was completely reasonable. I mean, and the everybody's talking about 2 police officers. I mean, it's a snowy day, stormy day at night, 1:30 a.m. or whatever. For the police is safe, I'm assuming that they send a second police officer for the safety of the police. I mean, you got to look at it from their standpoint also. I think pretty much all the comments that have come so far are nonsense as far as this case is concerned. I'm not saying police brutality doesn't happen. It's rare. And in Acton, it's extremely rare, almost non-existent to my knowledge. I've been here 30 years. And sometimes I don't know where these people come up with this stuff. I've never heard of most of these cases that they're talking about. I want to actually applaud the police for how they behaved correctly, politely, courteously. They treated him very decently. It was all of 4 minutes. And I completely disagree with, I mean, you're walking at night. I mean, I think, on the one hand, we say, if you see something, say something. Well, somebody said something, and now you're going to find, we are living in a town where anything the police does is always bad, for the most part, The DEI crowd, they want to paint it that way. The police is bad all the time. They're racist, or America is racist and all that. It's all of a pattern. So once again, police chief and you and your crowd, I think you did the right thing in this particular case. Thank you.
Is there another hand raise? Next caller.
Hello, Madeline Cruz, 6 Station Way. I'm calling to support Khalil today, and nothing is more triggering than listening to people make assumptions of people like me or Khalil. It is not suspicious to be walking. Our sense of safety should not be at the expense of neighbors' conveniences, safety, dignity, or rights. The position of the police is to prevent and investigate crimes. Fortunately, this does not allow them to approach, question, detain people without probable cause. In this instance, there doesn't appear to be any probable cause or a suspicion of a crime. We as a community would be wrong to ignore the possibility of racism or bias on the part of any parties involved here and attempt to identify it and respond as a community to improve our community. Anger should be an appropriate response for anyone concerned. It is, as it turns out, it was the case, but assume that they couldn't be factors would be a disservice to the individual, the community, and negation of how these things have been presented historically and institutionally, and the impact it has even here in Acton. Everyone, two people have mentioned me tonight. I am that woman that was arrested on May 14th. And I'm a brown woman, and my ex-partner was a white 6'6" man. And when I called 911 for help was because I needed to be protected. And I wasn't. I was displaying act of me being in fear. The police officers, those two police officers that arrived at my house that day failed me. And the saddest part is that I took the Acton Police Academy, and nothing that I learned that day was applied to me. I lost my job. I'm at fear of my life, even today with a restraining order. And I don't understand how people can think that it's okay to sit there and say transparency and use that word like it's an apple or an orange. Transparency requires a lot of honesty, and it requires you to learn how to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Just because you don't feel something, it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Everyone in this community, or most people, know me because I've spoken up about discrimination report and I was let down. Are you guys gonna let me down this time? Why is it that we as a community can't come together and acknowledge, hey, we failed someone terribly and we need to fix it? I'm not asking anybody to be fired. I'm asking you to acknowledge it and be fully transparent. I am a woman of color and I was abused. My shirt was practically ripped off my body. And when I tried showing those two officers my arms that are bruised today, I have permanent mark from the shirt being yanked off me. They couldn't even acknowledge that. DCF, the second step, Voices Against Violence Domestic Network, an organization that you guys, you the police department created, acknowledge that what was done to me was racially profiling, and I shouldn't have to expose my story this way in order for change to happen correctly. And I can't say that I'm angry at the police department. No, I'm not. Because I've met some incredible people that work there, and I know that I matter to them. But the problem is, if you don't stand up with my voice, it really doesn't matter. Because you know something happened, and you know it was wrong, and you guys hide behind frickin' policies that do nothing for me and my people. And when is enough going to be enough? And that's all I have to say.
Is there another caller? Go ahead, caller.
Hello, my name is Leslie Johnson. I live at 446 Massachusetts Ave. And I just have a question. If this incident is going to be further discussed between the town manager and the chief of police and the DEI director, and decisions are to be made for possible changes, or how will that be communicated to town residents? How will we be able to follow what comes out of those discussions? So that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for the question. I think that we've heard in the last half hour or so some really good feedback and some important feedback that we've heard, and we will continue to consider. I think we'll certainly continue the work that we started when this first was brought to our attention last week, to identify if there's things that we could do to improve the way we handle calls in general and calls like this specifically. I mentioned a few of those things in my remarks earlier, and so that work will certainly continue. I think to the specific question of how would someone know what we do going forward, I'm happy to report back at a future meeting with just an update. Probably not February 3rd, but maybe the next meeting after that, just to give an update on some of the progress or the work that we've done. Actually, do you have a further?
I do, yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Wanjiko Gashohe. I'm the DEI director. I just want to offer some words. My position was created because the people of the town of Acton wanted this position to be created. The work and the meetings, I have participated in all of the meetings. I want to give people that reassurance as well. In looking at what happened, there is, in this specific situation, what has happened, along with all the various repercussions. Somebody mentioned trauma-informed and all of that. We're looking at all of that. I have had conversations, and I am going to continue to have conversations where we can have a community forum. Putting something like that together is something that takes consideration of who can be able to participate, including coming up with community agreements. So I'm saying all of this to say that it does not end here, and the three of us know that it is not ending here. As far as training, the police chief and I did participate in training. We were there for 12 months. We were going every single month for 12 months. When it comes to training for the police, yes, we are going to be working on bias training and a variety of other training. So not just for the police, but for other departments. I'm saying this to say, not to give fluff to this situation, but to offer reassurance that my office is here to hear you. I know the town manager's offices and the police's as well. It is very unfortunate that this situation happened. However, I do think that this can be an opportunity where people in this community, as somebody mentioned, can come together and actually work towards solutions. Racism and white supremacy is not something that stops immediately. We all have to work together in order to be able to bring some kind of community healing, because I also hear that in conversations that I've had with a variety of people. This situation that happened last week is not the only situation where people of color and other people have felt harmed. And I want to be able to provide a space where we can be able to have that conversation and hopefully bring about some kind of healing.
Thank you, Wanjiku. One person on. Oh. So I'm looking forward to a community forum kind of thing. David?
Do you want comments from the board now? Sure. So I've worked on DEI issues for a long time, both in Acton and elsewhere. It's an area that's extremely important to me. And I want to say that a couple of things can be true at once. First, I'm proud of Acton's police force. I think they're well-trained. I personally witnessed their interactions with people. I find them to be professional and considerate of members of the public. However, it's important in instances where a member of the public is uncomfortable with a police interaction, especially a person of color, that we try to understand why, whether that discomfort is frustration, fear, or something else. Personally, I'm not interested in laying blame, but I'm very interested in being the best that we can be. There are a couple ways to evaluate a police interaction that are important to me. First, is there something that we could have done differently to reduce any discomfort for the people involved? And while still protecting the safety of the public and officers. And I want to say here, when I say discomfort, it's the full range of things. I'm not trying to diminish what people may feel in such an interaction. And second, do we think that the interaction would have gone differently if the persons involved were white instead of color? These are really tough questions that involve real introspection. This is only possible if those involved, both the officers and the members of the public who are involved in the interaction, feel that they were not looking for someone to blame. It's, you know, it might seem ironic, but it's actually more important that we deal with how folks felt about an interaction rather than specific details. It's important that we mostly focus on the people of those directly involved and not others. You know, we want to be fair to everybody, but it's only with, you know, genuine understanding that we can move forward. I appreciate, you know, we got a lot of comments ahead of time. A number of people asked us being members of the select board or the police chief or the town manager to look into this situation, just so everyone knows. You know, we all started doing this, you know, at various levels within hours of the incident. You know, so we certainly not ignoring it. I do want to also say, though, that we, in addition to some thoughtful comments asking for us to look into it, we received quite a number of comments alleging and concluding about police behavior, which was incorrect, just factually incorrect. You know, people said that Khalil was threatened with a charge. That's not correct. They said that he wasn't explained what happened at the end. That's also not correct. People have alleged profiling. That's also not correct, right? So I want to be clear that those things, when those things are added, it makes it really difficult to evaluate bias. People retreat to their corners, and then it's not possible to move forward. So I am, like I said, I'm interested in moving forward and not you know, laying blame.
Dean.
Thank you. So, you know, I'll preface my remarks about my observations of the incident. Obviously, I'm an elderly white man and, you know, lived in this town pretty much my entire life. So I probably have a different perspective on all branches of the government, including the police department, than other people who more recently arrived here. So I've reviewed the body camera footage, and from what I can see, the police officers, in my opinion, worked in a very professional and courteous manner. Frankly, I'm happy that the initial call went in, and I'm happy with what I saw from the police response. Again, as an elderly white man, sometimes I walk around with or without my dog, and I find it reassuring that people care enough to check to see that you're okay, walking around late at night in a snowstorm. And I think that, you know, obviously the terminology from the dispatcher, the way they classify it as a suspicious person, yeah, maybe I'm a suspicious person, maybe it would have been better to have, you know, possible well-being check. But, you know, the alternative of the police not responding and the school, employee not putting in the call, the person could have been in some sort of distress, could have really been in need of services. So I think you have to accept the fact that at the bottom of all this was good intentions to make sure that somebody was not in danger. And I think that's the highest calling for the police department, fire department, all the first responders. So certainly, I've got a different history and understanding than many other people. And, what you bring to an incident obviously is going to color your opinion of it. But, I'm reassured that people care enough in this town to pay attention and make sure that if somebody is acting a little bit out of the ordinary for Acton, just check on them and care about your neighbor. I'll end with a question the town manager is, have you reached out with the school superintendent? Because it was actually school district employees that sort of initiated this entire situation. Thank you.
Yes, I did. I did talk to the school district just to confirm that it was I was curious if it was an employee or a contractor, and just to let them know that this discussion was happening because it originated with a call from them. So to answer your question, yes, I did talk to the superintendent.
Jim?
I don't think my opinion matters too much, but I figure I'm an elected official. People deserve to know what I think. The reason I don't think my opinion is very well-informed, two things. One is I'm not an expert on police and procedures. And the other is that, I'm a white American over a certain age and who like all of us who spent a lot of time in this country, grew up with a lot of anti-Black bias baked in at all sorts of levels. So I know I can't, either I can't or it's really difficult for me to see things objectively. So I'm really glad that we do have a DEI director, especially someone as skilled as Wanjiku, who has both the training and the lived experience to kind of sort out these, these painful and complicated situations, and that you've got a good working relationship with the police and the town manager. So I'm looking forward to that process continuing to evolve, and your conversations with Khalid and Aliyah are really important. I'm glad those are continuing. What shifted for me today was watching the body cam footage, which I hadn't done before. And since the town's going to make that public, I recommend that for everyone who was deeply concerned about this incident. What I noticed was that it seemed that both Khalid and the police were aware that this was a fraught situation. This was a late night, white police guy, Black guy, situation, which, I just say the words, and I know all the horrible things that we've seen, that we've felt, that have been in our culture. So I thought everyone was trying to de-escalate, both by cooperating with requests that were, not commands, but were kind of requests and kind of commands, and you couldn't quite tell, and you went along with it. And the police were, what I noticed was keeping their tone quiet, asking, there was this whole conversation about the weather that seemed like a brilliant de-escalation. And then there were some moments where things got tense again. And so those moments are where I have my questions. The part about the hands out of the pockets thing was really hard to hear. I mean, I heard the officer explain it. I don't know you, you don't know me. This just reduces the risk of anything bad happening. But at the same time, behind those words, It's saying, you know, I'm a police officer, and if you do something really suspicious, I'm going to get really mad and I have a weapon. And let's not have that happen. So please take your hands out of your pocket. And that, I found that eerie. So I'm looking forward to understanding more about that as a policy or as a choice in the moment. The other thing that I noticed was the interaction was like 4 minutes long. It's not. It was the learning from it. This conversation is really important and has taken a lot more time than the short period of time of the interaction. I was surprised at how calm most of that 4 minutes was, and I'm really thankful that it didn't turn into anything worse. Yeah, that's it. That's enough. I'm no expert, but I did feel like I needed to say where I was at.
Alyssa.
After me. Thank you. First off, I want to say that I very much appreciate that this incident was placed on our agenda, so I want to thank Fran for doing that. I don't think anybody had any ideas of delusion that this was going to be a comfortable conversation, but as somebody once said, being uncomfortable is a great place from which to launch into a dialogue. So I appreciate the dialogue. I really appreciate that the police chief, the town manager, the DEI director have taken this situation so seriously. That I really appreciate. I appreciate the town manager's apology for the distress and the inconvenience. I hope that we can hear that also from the police department. The community safety and the police's ability to do their jobs depends on a sense of trust and confidence. And just like the manager and the chief mentioned, that when that trust is eroded, they understand that it has an impact on their policing ability. I agree with a few people who have mentioned that two things can be true. So we can appreciate that we have a great force that is progressive, that is accredited, that is undergoing DEI training and committed to making some changes that improve things for the residents. And we can also be disappointed that this happened and wish that things had gone differently. I can't remember who said it, but this is partially on us as a community, and it's not just about race. Some people have mentioned, somebody new that they don't know inspired a call to the police. I know that in my neighborhood there are a couple of adults who have disabilities, and regularly people call the police. And one of them is the son of a friend of a friend, and he doesn't like to have the police drive by and do a wellness check to see if he's okay. He would just like to walk from his house down the road to Stop and Shop or CVS and get a snack and not have to, have a conversation with an officer checking up on him. So it is on the residents to understand that we should be looking out for suspicious behavior, not just people that we don't know or we don't trust for one reason or another. I think that all of these statements about what's normal to be seeing someone doing, or what's a normal time to see someone doing it, we're thinking about that from our own experience. Like, I don't take walks at 1:30 in the morning, so that's not normal. Well, there's an awful lot of people who do that. So I think that we all need to work hard at, Chief, you mentioned in your memo that, put yourselves in the position of an officer who's responding to this call. I think we need to put ourselves into other people's shoes and think about what is their experience. They might do things differently. It's actually demeaning to have people say, well, most people don't do that. I had a home birth. I homeschooled my kids. It's really, really insulting when people express like, oh, most people don't do that. You're crazy. That was so unsafe for you to give birth at home. So think about the fact that other people do things differently, and Acton is a really diverse place with people from all over the world. So we really need to, as the chief said, put ourselves into someone else's position, not just the police, but the people that we're interacting with. I've seen children of color, immigrant children, be on high alert when they see one of our school resource officers come in, and they're there to give the kids high fives and hand out stickers and get to know them so that they can do their jobs. But there are certain children that's really stressful for them, and they look like they're scared and they're stressed and they don't know what to do. I've seen kids respond that way to a police car pulling up near their house, literally hiding under a chair or a table. And that's not because they've had any negative interaction with the Acton police. It's just because either they have witnessed or have experienced themselves in a negative interaction with police somewhere, or maybe not even police, just people in uniform. So I also want to mention that I'm really appreciative of the promise to have a conversation about this. This doesn't end here. I appreciate the ideas that you have for changes in policies and even changes in language that the dispatchers that use. But I will say one thing more about this specific incident, and that is when I was listening to the other calls that have been responded to in West Acton, one of them was a check on someone who was on the boardwalk or in the campus, and they were asked to leave. I also took the Citizen Academy, and I learned that the police in Acton have not discharged a firearm in 35 years, but not many people know that. So if you are a Black man and you're encountering police, you might be thinking in your mind, not that the Acton Police Department is progressive and accredited, and they haven't discharged their firearm in 35 years. You might be thinking to yourself, is this going to be my last day? And I think that I also recall asking about those checks or those calls that come in about suspicious persons. Can you not respond to those? Can you just respond if somebody reports suspicious behavior? And I was told, no, we have to respond to those calls. But it might be somebody, driving over and rolling down the window and saying, hey, are you okay? Are you lost? Do you need any help? Where do you live? That may be all that needed to happen at 1:30 in the morning on Spruce Street instead of the incident that happened. No matter how professional or courteous or short a period of time. That 4 minutes may have felt like a lifetime for Khalil. And I think we need to acknowledge that just because we watched body cam footage that was only 4 minutes long and it only seemed a little tense and everybody was professional and courteous and Khalil complied, that I think Melissa's call for us to have some trauma-informed policies is a good idea. Thank you. And thank you so much for being here and sharing with us. Thank you to everyone who came and spoke.
David?
And I just like to have a special thank you to Khalil and Aaliyah for being here. I'm sure this wasn't, you know, an easy night. And we really appreciate hearing directly from you and your experience. Thank you.
I second that. And I have nothing that hasn't been said already to add, but I am happy that we had the conversation and that we gathered together, and I'm looking forward to next steps. And I'm so happy Wanjiku is here. Thank you, Chief, for being here too. I see a caller. I see a person at the mic.
Yeah, Scott Smyer, Central Street. I just have one procedural question and then a question for the town manager. Who's screening the calls or letting the calls through?
Screening calls to the,
Well, we have public calls coming in. A lot of times I've been to many meetings and I hear a voice in the background. There's somebody independent letting the calls through. But it seems like it might be Mr. Martin tonight.
no. Oh, the
I can answer
calls
that.
to the
So,
meeting, okay.
we've had since 2021, we've had someone named Matt Murphy.
Right.
Virtually helping with us. He's in law school and he's not working with us anymore.
Okay.
Tom, our assistant town manager, is taking the helm on the Zoom administration. David is logged in and he helps make sure that we don't lose track of anyone. But
Okay.
we're doing that over here.
All right.
So my role here is mostly to let the chair know that someone's online has their hand raised.
Right. Because we've had some problems in the past, and so I'm glad that it's not going through Mr. Martin anymore. And then Mr. Town Manager, you said about you were proudly explaining how we're going to have an equity audit that we got a grant for. Can you explain how it seemed like that was directly related to this? What is an equity audit and how could it possibly help with policing in Acton?
I do actually, want me to respond? So I think I was proud that we got a grant to do this work because it's just another example of how we find external funding sources to accomplish goals of the organization. I'm also proud that it's something that the community, through the work that we've done over the last few years, asked us to work towards, and under Wanjiko's leadership, we were able to secure the grant funds. I think we've done the RFP, and it's almost ready to rock. So it has nothing to do with this incident in particular. It's something we were doing anyways. I just wanted to mention it as something that would help with incidents like this and policies that people are questioning. We'll be looking at those to see if there's ways to improve them.
But what it's going to go through, you're going to make sure everything's equal? I mean, what equity means equal, right? What do you mean? Every single department's going to be equalized? Or you're reviewing every, it sounds like code word to me, like you're going to spend the grant money and it's going to cause a lot more problems than it creates. That's what I think is going to happen.
We're happy to share the RFP with you if you're interested in seeing what the scope is.
If you can't describe it, like what is an equity audit? Like what, it just sounds like code words to me, but.
Dave or Wanjiko, did you want to
Brief
say
description.
Yeah.
So equity is not the same as equality. Equity is looking to make sure that how resources are distributed is in a way that is equitable. So if one department needs more resources because they're larger, then they get more resources. So the equity audit is going to be an internal and external one, including where they're going to be looking at policies and procedures within the town.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. For coming. I think we're moving on to number 7.
Thank you for being here.
So number 7 is announce opening and closing of warrant for May 5th, 2025 annual town meeting.
Hi, everybody. I can jump on that. Can actually bring up the schedule, the draft proposed schedule on the screen if you'd like as well, and talk through it very quickly. All right, so I'll call out a couple of the main drivers for the change and the resubmission of this for you tonight. We are recommending 2 different dates that I'll call out. Monday, February 10th for the opening of the warrant, and then March 21st for the closing of the warrant. That's done so that, well, it's being proposed so that the planning board can hold a public hearing for the zoning articles for any that come forward this year. And you'll see that that's listed as March 18th. This schedule also includes all select board meetings and finance committee meetings, school committee meetings from now through May. So you'll be able to see exactly where that falls in your schedule and the school committee schedule as well. If you're comfortable with the proposal, we could move forward with this. If you'd like to change some of the dates around, we can discuss that as well and receive any feedback that you have.
Alyssa?
Thank you for putting this together, Tom. I would just suggest adding one date, and that is the budget Saturday, which is on Saturday, February 8th at the administration building. So that's the school's budget workshop.
Thank you.
And I'm comfortable with the opening and closing dates.
Same here. Yeah. Jim?
Tom, you mentioned that one of the goals was to increase the likelihood that if there was some citizen petition that was, a zoning article, that the planning board would be able to have a hearing. But what I see there is March 18, planning board zoning public hearing, and then March 21st, closed town meeting warrant. Wouldn't we want the close to be before that planning board hearing? Or is the notion that the planning board could still schedule an extra hearing date in time?
That's a good question. I do want to note that by me mentioning it, it was mainly for the articles that the planning board would be driving, not necessarily citizens petitions, but I would defer to John on the schedule.
Yeah, thank you. We did talk to Kristen, our planning director, about this because I think we want to make sure that any petitions that come in that are zoning get a chance to have a public hearing process. The timing isn't perfect as you've observed, but we think that announcing it now on January 27th, that the warrant will be opening on February 10th, gives people time to prepare that, and hopefully they'll bring them in February, and then we can put them before the planning board when they have their March 18th hearing. If they wait until the last day, we can still do a public hearing. It'll just be more work for the planning office, but we thought it made sense to have a larger window and make it clear that it's announced now. I think in years past, the warrant was closed earlier and opened earlier. And so this is shifting both of those timelines, and we hope that it gives people enough notice to bring forward anything they want to, the people to consider.
I'm okay with all the dates. I just wanted, well, maybe one date not. The deadline to obtain nomination papers is on Sunday, so unless Leo is working that Sunday, I'd prefer we make it Friday, the 7th, right? Because that's the real business deadline. And you might actually even say 12 o'clock, because so that people know that town hall closes at noon on Fridays.
good catch. Yep. Jim?
I'm guessing there's a statutory requirement there, but it still seems odd that the statutory requirement would end it up on a Sunday. But I agree, it needs more research, and it should be on a weekday.
Yeah, I think it's a number of days before the election.
Yeah.
Right, and so
yeah.
someone just subtracted. But Tom, put in whatever is right, but it's probably not a Sunday.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the schedule? Jim?
I'm comfortable with this now, having had the explanation. Do you have a recommendation about whether we actually vote the town meeting warrant open and closing at this meeting, or do you think it's better to do it at a future meeting, just understanding that we've all said we're okay with it?
Sure, that's a great question. We can place it on the agenda for next Monday, February 3rd.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, though, is there a reason not to vote it now? Why don't we just, do we need to put it on another agenda? Why don't we just do it? I think we should just do it, unless a member has a reason that we want to consider it. So I move that we open this year's annual town meeting warrant on Monday, February 10th, and close it on Monday, March 21st.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Next up, approve sustainability policy. Jim?
I think I can take us through this. So we've talked about this a couple times before, so this is just a couple of minor changes to the last version. But as a review, in 2018, the board then passed an environmental sustainability policy, but this was before the emergency declaration at town meeting. This was before we had a climate action plan. This was before a lot of our emerging understanding about what particular environmental sustainability crises we face. So a combination of the Green Advisory Board, people working with the town manager, worked together on this, a new draft. It then came to the select board, where David and I worked on it. And what you see here has an explicit recognition of climate change and the need to reduce greenhouse gases. It has an explicit recognition that we passed this, the emergency declaration at the 2020 town meeting. It explicitly mentions the climate action plan and our greenhouse gas inventory reports. And it also explicitly mentions land use planning in terms of the importance of protecting forests and other bioregions. It also doesn't have a lot of specific details because we think that those belong in specific policies, such as our zero emissions vehicle first policy and the other policy we passed encouraging building with clean energy and so on. It requires that it be reviewed periodically so that we don't get, 6 years, 7 years out of date again. The only changes we made since the last time, I changed 2024 to 2025. It used to say that we'll consider how to advance environmental sustainability in policies, budgets, bylaws, projects, purchases, and contracts. And now it just says, simply says, we'll take into account environmental sustainability. The other language that shifted was that we have an annual reporting process It was originally to be a report on climate goals and any emerging additional sustainability goals. And we changed that to the town's primary environmental sustainability priorities, which is a phrase that's described up above. That means we're interested in climate and water and public health. We also had some back and forth about this phrase about improving ecosystem functioning that has been compromised by contaminants or other harmful human activity. We recognize that we don't really know how to do that. So we used to say that we will develop expertise, and now it says more broadly that we will strive to improve ecosystem functioning. And we might do that by learning more or by getting some expertise in-house or whatever it takes. But we will work on that. That's it. I happily entertain any questions or just simply move that we approve the Acton Environmental Sustainability Policy.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh. Any discussion? No?
I just want to say thank you, Jim, because this, and David, because this new version reflects very accurately the feedback that you were given the last time we discussed it.
That's what we try to do.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Nays? Number 9, discuss fiscal year 2026 budget recommendation.
Well, we had a really productive 2 workshops with the Select Board and the Finance Committee earlier this month. I think it was 6.5 hours of meeting, and I think it was well spent, time well spent. I think that you all got a chance to see the people that make this organization work and the talented people that we have in all of our departments. And we got to hear from you all and Finance Committee with a lot of important questions. So that's where, and all that work is continuing. The next steps in the budget process would be for the board to formally transmit a budget to the Finance Committee. That isn't due until, I believe, the first week of March. But the sooner that happens, it's probably better for everybody. But there's been a few things that have changed with the budgets that I wanted the board to be aware of as you consider any adjustments that you'd like to make to the budget before it's transmitted. First of all, I did provide, and I think it's in the packet, the most recent ALG plan in draft form, which we are preparing for the February 12th meeting. As it stands, right now, the budget that we had proposed and the budget that we believe the school district, Acton-Boxborough School District and Minuteman School District are proposing, we believe that those 3 things, the budget would be balanced right now, showing a equal position essentially for FY26, which is good news. However, over the weekend, we attended the annual conference of the MMA with 1,400 of our colleagues, and one of the meetings was with Maya, and they announced their rating progress for the upcoming year, and the news wasn't great. The health insurance rates are going to be anywhere from 9 to the high teens. Because we've only had our first year with them, we don't actually have a full year of claims experience, so we're capped at the average for what our rates would go up, but that average is over 14%. So it's not great news. The budget that we had before you was, I thought it was 8, but it's actually closer to 10% that we had been budgeting. But that's, so if the rates that we get from Meyer are 14.5%, we'd have to increase the health insurance budget by approximately $160,000. I don't think that we're gonna know definitively what our rates will be for another several weeks. They said February, so I guess that's next week, but I'm guessing it'll be mid-February at the earliest. We can try to push to get it before the 12th, since I think that would be a good idea. But anyways, I think coming into this meeting, I was going to ask the board, is there anything you want us to look at in terms of adjustments to the operating budget or the capital budget, based on the discussions we've been having and any feedback that you've heard from constituents or otherwise? So that's the first question. And the second question is, would you want to increase the budget by $160,000 to cover health insurance, or would you like me to find a way to cut things to make that fit? I'm prepared to do both, not right now, but because I just got that number at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but I'm prepared to come back with a recommendation based on any guidance you give me tonight. I'll be prepared to make an adjustment to our recommendation on Monday, a week from now.
David? Oh, and then Dean.
I would, rather than increase the budget by 160,000, I would like to, I think, forego or reduce one of the free cash budgets, projects by 160,000. That would be my preference. I mean, I'm obviously willing to discuss it with other members of the board, but that's my first impression or whatever.
Dean?
Yeah, I think increasing the budget by $160,000 now is a non-starter for me. I certainly value David's advice, suggestion about the free cash. I want to give the town manager a little more latitude with that. I'm thinking about, as you search through, look at, are there vacant positions that might be things that we don't need to fill, or whatever else. I'd like to give you a full range of options, but the one option I won't grant you is throw another $160K into the budget.
Just to clarify, I wasn't requesting or recommending that. I just wanted.
I'm sure you're being devil's advocate. I appreciate that, but no.
But if we insisted to raise the budget by 160K, you would have done it, yeah.
You have to give every option. I try to give as many options as possible.
Jim?
Yeah, I'd also, in addition to that strategy of reducing a capital item out of the free cash, I think of health insurance, it's not like it's going to go down the next year. This is an ongoing cost, and to remove an ongoing cost to balance it looks to me more like not reducing the number of hires. So I wouldn't be shocked to see you come back with a recommendation about, well, all these hires are important, but this one is the one we could do without, for now. I would add that into the menu of choices that you want to look at for the 160.
Me too. I agree with keeping it as is right now.
I think that's unanimous. Yeah.
Thank you. And maybe, just to be crystal clear, are you looking for me to keep the budget number exactly the same? Or are you looking for any further reductions from what I need to cover this liability?
Alyssa? Yeah.
So I heard from one member of the Finance Committee that we shouldn't be asking for more than a 3% increase, because that is what the school committee asked for the school side, and 4.56 is inappropriate or some such adjective. But we can talk more about this at the next agenda item, but I'm noting that the overall budget, if we're going to nod to the residents who receive a single tax bill, that the overall increase is 2.07%, which is lower than even 2.5%. So I don't have a recommendation to, or an ask, or a demand to further cut that down. And as another member of the Finance Committee said during the budget workshop about, I don't remember what percentage he said, 95% of our increase is staff, and the staff are who provide services.
David?
So just to be clear, staff including benefits, which is.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The
That's what I
biggest-
said.
Is the biggest part of that. I would prefer we not reduce the budget more now until we hear from the Finance Committee officially. They haven't met since the budget workshop, and I'd like to hear their feedback before we make other reductions other than to accommodate the increase in health insurance.
Sounds good.
Thank you, very helpful. We'll see you Monday with some revised recommendations.
So moving on to 10, the Acton Leadership Group update.
I sort of started that with my remarks referring to the ALG plan itself, so I think I would just leave it there and ask if the representatives of ALG had anything further, or if board members had any input to those of us that are attending there for how we should be representing the board at the meeting, which is, again, not until February 12th. But we can always have that dialogue.
Alyssa?
I propose that we just wait until February 3rd to discuss, because that will
Sounds
also be
good.
after our meeting with them this Friday.
That sounds good. So we will punt that to February 3rd. Number 11, update on DPW facility building project.
So we did have a pretty successful public walkthrough of the existing facility last Saturday. We had, I don't know, probably in the 40 to 50 attendee range. The architects did a great job, gave us lots more information, and I think people that have actually toured the facility have a better understanding of the issues. We did have an opportunity for feedback. A couple of upcoming dates on Wednesday, January 29th at 7 p.m. We have a Public Works Building Committee meeting. In an attempt to provide a wider range of opportunities for folks to make comments, we actually changed that particular meeting night, which created all kinds of issues with not having a room to meet in. So fortunately, we're going to be meeting at the Acton Senior Center at 30 Sudbury Road at 7 p.m. This Wednesday night for our full committee meeting. We'll have the architects there. There have been a number of staff working group meetings with the architects since our last Public Works Committee meeting. So should be some interesting information coming out of that. I know that the Western Sampson is working with a number of other communities, and I think they've got some bid openings coming up shortly, so it'll be interesting to see where the numbers are actually lying on some of these situations. Also, for members of the public who are interested, on Thursday, January 30th, at 1 p.m., again at the Senior Center, I will be doing a presentation to the attendees. I expect mostly seniors. Tom Bejan will be with me on that, and Corey York. We hope to kind of tease out a lot of the questions that the senior community might have on the project. Obviously, it's an expensive project. I don't want to minimize that in the least. We've tried to keep the price down as much as we possibly can, so we need to explain that to the seniors and explain to them how the services provided by Public Works benefits all members of the community. So that'll be the next meeting coming up. And that we continue to get some comments from members of the community looking at our overall sidewalk network and how that might interact with the Forest Road project. But I think that's a whole different discussion that will have to be made at a later point. And I appreciate Transportation Advisory Committee is going to be looking specifically at the request for that. That's all I've got, unless Tom has anything he'd like to add.
Thank you, Dean. I would add just one exciting note that when you walk in, you'll see there's 2 new boards that are over there, and one of them specifically shows a footprint or a floor plan of the entire building and identifies square footage per area and per category, like administrative space, storage space for the garage, and things like that. So on your way out, if you have a moment to look at it, it's very good information. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Thanks for the update, Dean and Tom. I have a question about the value engineering. I think that I remember that the value engineering process identified a reduction from 47 to 41 million, but only some of those were accepted by the committee. That brought us down to 43 million. So correct me if I'm wrong, but is there going to be additional value engineering? And if I'm right, that was about 2 million that was of changes or reductions that were not accepted by the committee. Can you share why that was, or if they're going to be looking at those more closely?
I'll defer to Tom for some of the finer details on this. I know a couple of the proposals that were not initially accepted by the committee dealt with some portions of the project being completed by town forces, not as part of the general contract. So we had to give them a little bit of time to think about what the impact of that would be on their workforce. And so we haven't, or at least I haven't heard back from them on a couple of those. Specifically, I think we're talking about the sound wall, we're talking about some landscaping, talking about, there's a question about the, they call it a knockoff pad, which is basically a pad where you, outside the building, where you knock off some of the very heavy debris from the undersides of trucks before you bring it into the wash bay. Weston Sampson initially was talking about using reinforced concrete for that pad. Highway Department was pretty confident that they could do that in-house using asphalt construction. So a couple of those things, they just needed to spend a little more time with their own people to see, with the town's own people to see exactly what could be done. Tom, you might have some other details.
Sure, thank you. There are a couple items that were discussed during the meeting, in addition, that were held off on. Reduction in the mezzanine area was one that was discussed at length, and the committee decided to hold off for a little bit more information on what would be supported in the mezzanine areas. And a couple other items were discussed as bid alternatives and decided to hold off as well. It was the canopy addition at the salt shed. The wash bay finishes and equipment, that was something that after a good amount of conversation as well, the committee felt that it should be part of the project. One of the main reasons was that right now it's not occurring, and there's some concerns from an environmental standpoint with salt that could be attached to sanders when they come back and on the trucks. And one of the benefits of having that wash bay would be able to contain it and also be able to treat it appropriately so that it doesn't continue having a negative impact from an environmental standpoint. So that was left in the project. As Dean mentioned, the sound barriers and landscaping items, that was left in the project. There was also, so at this point, the designer carries typically a 10% cost contingency off of their design. And as they go through the process, that drops. That'll drop from a 10% to an 8% to a 6%, ultimately around a 5% area. And at this point, the designer had discussed a recommendation of moving it to 8%, and the committee felt that it would be better to give the designer a little bit more time to go a little bit further, complete the conceptual design process, or I'm sorry, schematic, which they have, and then move into design development, which they're currently starting. So that deferment from 10 to 8% is roughly $657,000. So that's something as we move throughout the process, throughout design development and ultimately into final design, that'll be reduced. The reason why it's kept so high right now is in the event that anything comes up that, say, geothermal wells, they were carrying 40 wells. And for instance, if we reduce that down to 30 and they come back and say, well, we actually need 35, then we've carried that in contingency so we can absorb that monetary change. And one of the items that we had also discussed were grant opportunities and incentives from the state for green communities, climate leader, incentives from the utility company. And that was not part of the budget right now. We're going to wait until we get further into design and really identifying what the green design is going to incorporate and what incentives we would qualify for. So that's another big ticket item that'll help reduce the price.
Sure, and then David, yeah.
Can you tell me more about the salt canopy? Because I was under the impression that that was really new. There was an old salt storage area that wasn't covered, and now we have this new fancy one where the ravens are nesting. So is this a different canopy that needs to be added, or is it a repair to the newish one?
I think the existing salt shed is fairly new. I think there was some discussion, and Tom might be able to correct me on this, about a possibility, if you look at the existing salt shed, on the left-hand side, as you look at it, there's a carport bay, if you will, where we've got the tree department truck and chippers are stored on one side. There has been some discussion about putting a similar sort of lean-to off the other side of the building. I think, the underlying issue with all the salt is that although the control of those materials are much tighter than they've ever been in the past, and I can remember years ago when they were mixing the salt and sand right in the open area. So it's much more tightly confined. But I think as you look at some of the downstream effects and the impacts on the wetlands and streams, there's probably still some residual material that's working its way through the hydrologic cycle. And then, of course, the other thing that really makes it even more complex is that for many, many, many years, all of the snow that get picked up in the town centers would all get hauled in, and there'd be a mountain the size of this building on the side of the landfill, and obviously lots of sodium mixed in with that. That is all melting, has melted, and is leaching through the system and working its way into the wetlands, so that, just as dealing with the Grace situation, you stop the source of the input, but you're still going to be finding material downstream in that plume. I think the same thing is going to be happening for many years. So that's also a concern, and it's certainly a very key concern when we start talking about the need for a decent wash bay that's properly contained to try to eliminate any more input going into the hydrologic cycle. Tom, I don't know if you've got more you'd like to add?
Yeah, a comment and a question. First, in the mezzanine area, that added a bit of storage mainly. So the reduction would take away some extra storage. Made some comments that I just wanted to make sure that we weren't being penny wise and pound foolish there, because storage is a big need for the town. We have old engineering plans stored at the wastewater treatment plant, because there's no other place to put them, just as an example. And especially if over the coming years, we declare as surplus some of the smaller buildings we have, whether it's the Windsor Ave building or, the like, there's stuff in those buildings. And we might need to, in order to be able to declare that building as surplus and sell it off, and if that's what we decide to do, I'm not making any assumptions, we need places to put the stuff. And so I just wanted to make, putting an addition on a building is hugely expensive later, right? And adding a little bit of mezzanine space doesn't increase the roof area at all, it just increases the storage space. You want to comment on this first, because then I have a question. Okay, so my question for Dean and Tom is, are we expecting the initial HVAC design this week?
I hate to respond to a question with a question, but when you're asking for the initial design, are you looking for more information that we had discussed at the last meeting, or some plans that'll show what the actual HVAC design will look like inside the building?
Some much more detail, right? I asked the designers a few questions last time, and they basically just said they hadn't gotten there yet. And I was just wondering if they're getting there this week, or is that a future meeting?
I don't believe that they'll be at a full, I don't think that they're going to be at a point to fully discuss it in detail at Wednesday's meeting. We do have some budget constraints on design that is reducing some of the scope from a design development standpoint. And I just don't know fully if that will be one of the things that they're not able to push forward quickly. But we have a construction meeting tomorrow that we can ask and see if they can have some sort of information for the meeting on Wednesday. Thank you.
Dean?
So just to augment what David has said about storage, there are a number of town employees that were down at the Highway Department building on Saturday. In addition to helping with explaining the building to folks, they're also in the process of moving custodial supplies and other materials which had been stored in the Maple Street building, which now has gone to become a food pantry. And those got moved up to the Windsor building, which in turn pinched the toes of the book storage in the Windsor building. So, we're doing Tetris with the trucks inside the building, and now we're doing Tetris with the supplies in all of the other buildings. So, yeah, it's a very good point. And, having supplies, materials, and records and documents stored in any one of 9 different buildings and trying to remember where all that stuff was certainly is a very inefficient way of conducting business.
Great.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I noticed looking around that I see people here for agenda item 13 and agenda item 14, and I wonder if we might do those before we get to item 12.
Sure, we can do that. Sure.
I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
So 13. And this is going to be a very quick discussion, I think, and discuss the volunteer coordinating committee.
I was surprised to see this on the agenda. I have no idea what it's supposed to be about. I'm prepared to talk about how the VCC works now. I'm prepared to talk about what the language we might use to recruit more people, or nothing. Just give me clues about what this is about. And we have the chair of the VCC here, if there's particular questions, and, we're here to serve.
So I was just curious, about, really recruitment was my main premise, putting this on the agenda. And I know that we all should be doing our job of possibly recruiting, but having, like a whole committee that could be devoted to that and being part of that process would be helpful as well. So, yeah.
Okay. So, yes, you may remember a golden era where the VCC had its full 5 or actually more people at that point earlier on in their charter. And they were doing things like, encouraging committee chairs to do recruitment videos. And those recruitment videos are still scattered across the website in various places. But there's plenty of committees that need people that don't have videos. And the VCC itself is now down to 3 people, which is, because they are chartered to have 5 people, 3 is their quorum. So they're spending all their energy just making sure that they can get through the appointment requests, the applications that come in, tracking them through the process, writing the recommendations. And so, certainly, having 2 additional people would be lovely. And there's associate slots. There's up to 2 associate slots. So there could be a return of that vital hub of recruitment energy that you remember from the golden days. So, yeah, I'd like to do that. I started writing up a language that might go into, a bulletin. A shorter version of that language might be appropriate for a poster. I was recalling that the sandwich board that was in the land use office for the Agricultural Commission was part of the effort that brought the Agricultural Commission back to life with 3 new members. So I saw that. I don't know exactly what the cause and effect there was, but it did make me think, sandwich board for VCC, we should do that. So I wrote this up, earlier today, so it hasn't been vetted by the VCC itself or by town staff, so it's premature to show it, but I would be happy to go ahead and continue to work on, getting this information out to the world with the help of the manager's office and the VCC.
That sounds awesome, and we can just have this continuous conversation. Maybe next time. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here all these hours.
And should we just do 14 and then jump back to the?
That would be lovely.
Yep,
Look,
yep.
Paul might be willing to say something. I don't know. And then David can take us through the leaf blower bylaw.
I don't know which order we want to do things in. Do you want me to say what I changed in this draft?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so based on our listening session in September, I'll list the things. One of the things that we talked about is that homeowners should have an extra year to comply. That's the way it was, but people affirmed that in the listening session. Keeping the 4-cycle exception, people affirmed in the listening session, and we kept that. Keeping the warning was a piece of feedback. We kept that in the listening session. We generalized the enforcement to the town manager to allow the town manager to use his discretion to enforce with the health department or the police department or whatever was appropriate, or maybe depending on circumstance. People asked for a little bit lower fine compared to the town meeting article, and so this stayed the same because this was reduced already from that level. The protection for small businesses was also in our original draft. That was important to people who testify, and so this exempts businesses of 1 or 2 people. And finally, and maybe the major change here, after some discussion, people thought that a spring-fall exception for transition was important to ease the transition, and because you're likely to need more leaf blowers for heavy leaf loads in those timeframes. And if a business bought some electric leaf blowers for use during the summer, they would need all their electric leaf blowers in the spring and fall cleanup periods. I also attended the GAB meeting on October 8th following that, and went over some of these things with them, especially the spring-fall exception, and at least the Green Advisory Board was, they were a little bit reluctant, but they were okay with the spring-fall exception, to make sure we could get a bylaw through. So those were the extent of the changes from the draft that we had, about 11 months ago. Happy to take any questions or, further info for the board. Maybe we want to listen to folks first.
So thank you for bringing this back to us, David. I will start with my easiest ones first. This may be a remnant of copy and paste, or maybe it's the fault of AI, I don't know. But in section 4A, who is the Commissioner of Public Works? Should that be Public Works Director? 4A.
4A says Director.
And then it says
it's down
Commissioner.
below.
It's twice.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's just a mistake.
Okay,
And there's no AI in this.
okay.
Unless you can.
I heard Policy Mind had worked on it,
Unless you
so.
consider what intelligent I have to be artificial. There's no AI in this.
And then I have another question about section 2D, and you just mentioned the small businesses of 1 or 2 people, but the definition is entity, blah, 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 that employs 2 or more persons. So does that mean that the person who's employing another person is included? So it would just be like the 2 guys that come home from college and advertise on social media that they will come and do some landscaping for people. Like, is that what that is, or would 3 people?
I'll try to clarify that. I think, unless people want to correct me, I think the intent was to have 2 people.
Okay.
And I think that's what we discussed, and I agree that it's not
That's
clear.
what I thought. So I think that because it says entity that employs 2, I don't know.
I'll fix that.
Okay. Okay, so this is, I have another question, that's easy. Municipal and operators and municipal contractors are excluded forever or just until 2031? Municipal operators and municipal contractors, I know that there's an exemption for during a storm, or after a storm rather, that the Director of Public Works could, say, okay, we can actually use leaf blowers for cleanup, but it does say that municipal operators and municipal contractors are excluded from the definition. So does that mean that the town and the schools can continue to use leaf blowers forever, or do they have a hard stop at January 1st, 2031.
Well, that's a really good point, especially about the school district. For the town, it was coming at this another way and saying that the town, starting actually next January, could not purchase any more gas-powered leaf blowers.
But we can use them until
They
break down.
But
Okay.
depending on what the board wants, I can change it to whatever the feelings of the board are. You know, and I didn't, and I don't think anybody brought up last time the school district. So
So I guess that residents and commercial operators would likely feel that the town is being hypocritical if they continue to operate after 2031, just because they have some equipment that is still gas-powered. That's my assumption.
that's a good point. Thank you.
Jim?
You wanna- I have
Comment
one
on
more
that.
thing, but it's.
Why don't you go ahead?
Well, if you have, do you have a response to me?
The way I read it was that the exemption here was that we're not calling the town or the school, et cetera, commercial operators, but they are property owners, so that actually the January 1st, 2028 date would apply to all property owners and those other commercial leaf blower operators. So that was my assumption, reading it, but it would be good to make sure we have clarity on that.
So I can make sure that that is clear. And if I'm understanding the intent of the board is that we want the town to go on kind of the commercial schedule, plus they can't buy any new ones starting the beginning of next year. And I'll make sure that it's worded. I was going to, actually, I should have said in my initial remarks, is I had taken a pass with the last draft with council, but I need to do, after we get all the changes we think we get made, I will make one more pass just for legalese. So if there's any ambiguous language, you'll probably catch that.
Well, as one member of the board, I'm in favor of stop as soon as possible, so I'd be in favor of following the 2028.
Does anybody have a different opinion for the town?
No, but that would be a change, but it's a change I'm comfortable with.
Dean?
Yeah, a couple of points. You know, I think that the town is in a rather unique position, especially considering the budget constraints we've got coming up and the fact we've not been able to hire sufficient staff. Yeah, okay, maybe there's two sets of rules, one for the town and get to use up the equipment until it finally dies, and one for everybody else. That's not uncommon. For instance, under zoning, we can build lots of facilities in any zoning district in town, things like fire stations and public works facilities, building those sorts of industrial infrastructure in residential districts. It's because we are the town, and I think, you know, it's the public good to not needlessly throw money away. So I would be in favor of extending the opportunity. I understand not buying any new ones, but, you know, if you can keep that piece of apparatus going as long as you can, I think we should. The other point that I've got, question I've got is that as far as, you know, we've got really extensive school campuses, exactly what authority do we have over school department property, school district property, which is a regional district and is exempt from lots of things like zoning? Would the town manager be okay with the idea of our employees enforcing an ordinance against school district employees? It's sort of, you know, another follow-up behind the question I made during the incident response is, exactly, the school district sort of acts like the town, but sort of doesn't. When it's handy, they don't act like they're part of the town. So are we going to enforce this rule on the school district if the bylaw gets approved? And how do we do that?
That's an interesting question. I haven't discussed that with anybody at this point, but I think I'd like to. I think it's, we have state property in town too. I don't know how much leaf blowing happens along Route 2, but there are other state properties that maybe the same question would come up. Would we enforce it on the state agencies also? If it's not specifically stated in the bylaw, then I think we could ask council to weigh in on that, whether, as written, we should be doing it, or whether there's ambiguity because of their other governmental agency, or even the water district. Where do they fall? They own a lot of land in town. I'm not sure how much leaf blowing they do, but they would be another question along those same lines. So that's a good question. I think we have some time to sort stuff like that out. But I certainly would want to look into it before I answered that definitively.
Going back to 10 years or so to when I was involved with trying to implement the Green Communities Act, and, we had some policies about, what kind of vehicles the various entities that get grants from the state could purchase as far as gas efficiency. So the town was attempting to comply with it, and then the schools decided that, well, we really need bigger vehicles for our student driver education. So they just didn't comply with it, even though they were the major recipients of these Green Communities Act grants. So, and there was really essentially nothing that we could do to compel them to comply. So I think we should think about that. I suspect that there's probably a lot more leaf blower operations going on the school campus than there is on town properties.
Yeah, just a follow-up question for Dean. When you were talking about the town using the equipment that it has, if the town, just like everybody else, uses it in the spring and fall, does that cover most of that transition? The spring and fall period is for 4 years, 2027 to 2030 inclusive. So that would, we'd need a small number of electric leaf blowers to get us through the summer, and then the big periods, we could still use up the other ones.
Yeah, that would probably be sufficient.
Okay. I'll clarify with council on the other thing.
Jim?
Okay, a few comments. Just on this topic first, just recalling that we have this, the prohibitions don't apply to the use of wheeled, walk-behind, four-stroke leaf blowers, nor to leaf blowing devices attached to a tractor and/or mower. And these are the kind of things that are really much more efficient for a larger property anyway, the kind of property that the schools in the town are typically maintaining. So that also helps with concerns about that. But in terms of the bylaw as drafted, let's see. The first thing is, I wanted to propose an adjustment to the warning and fine schedule. I guess the scenario that I'm concerned about is my neighbor starts using his gas leaf blower illegally on June 1st, 2028. And so they get a written warning. I'd like to avoid a situation where there's no consequences for them just continuing to use the blower for the next 4 months. And, and I'm just sitting, I know that's illegal. I want this to stop. Now, I guess what I would propose is that there at least be the capability of getting another written warning. So I would propose we change that part about after a warning is issued, shall not be subject to a financial penalty for a period of 4 months, but may be subject to further written warnings. Just so that, I can complain and get some action out of it instead of just being told, no, it just doesn't count for 4 months. What else? The other thing is the date for the final stop in the gas leaf blowers. I'd propose we change that to January 1st, 2030, rather than 2031. I think that 4.5 years is enough time to find alternatives for spring and fall cleanup, especially given that surrounding towns will have had this prohibition in place earlier than that, in some cases 2 or 3 years earlier than that. So there will be plenty of options, plenty of commercial operators who have been, successfully dealing with spring and fall cleanups without battery-powered leaf blowers, or they will have switched to, the kind of leaf blowers that are still legal, the wheeled four-stroke. It also has the poetry of corresponding with the 2030 emergency date, but I just think we don't need that whole extra year.
Any objections to that?
I think we do need the extra year.
Should make it 3.5 years? Oh, 3.
So this was what I hadn't gotten to yet. I was going to express my deep sadness that this is so long. Sorry that took so long to say. I know that there were listening sessions and the boards discussed it several times, but I was looking at this and seeing, okay, so all of calendar year 2025 and 2026 continued use, so 2 years. Then basically 6 months for commercial, only in 27. Because the spring is 2.5 months and the fall is 3.5 months. And then 6 months for all of 28, 29, and 30. So I'm counting actually 6 years. 25, because it's, people are gonna be leaf blowing with gas-powered leaf blowers up until town meeting. So 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So I am not opposed to Jim's suggestion to move it up. Because as he stated, other communities around us will be doing it sooner. The commercial landscapers are moving to switch over because that's what their customers want. It's a significant public health issue, significant. As well as, environmental is connected to public health. So I understand that for the homeowner, they're not using their equipment as much as a commercial landscaper. So that's why we're allowing them a little bit longer to replace their equipment, but I'd prefer it happen sooner rather than later.
And then indeed, yeah.
So, we can all come up with, what we think we want, but ultimately it's going to have to be voted at town meeting. And if you make the time frame too short, the homeowners that own these units are going to want to, fully amortize their investment. And would it be better to come in with a law that says 2030 as a cutoff date and have that have it fail at town meeting? Or is it better off to go with the 31 date? And I think you'd be that much more likely to have it pass.
Psychologically, it seems like a long time away, but it's really not. Jim?
I love political analysis like this, Jean, so I wanted to respond to that. I think a fine scenario would be, I think there will be a split in the town on what sort of ideal dates. There are some people who would like, even earlier dates, and some people that would like this not to happen at all. But I'm sure there's there's a mix. So one scenario is we go with the calendar that makes the most sense to the majority of the board, and then we expect that there'll be an amendment offered at town meeting to extend it out a year or two, and we see if that passes. It'll either pass or not, and then the overall bylaw, amended or not, will then, go forward, presumably, in one form or another. I think that's a way that gets us to, the strongest possible bylaw that still respects the will of town meeting.
We did push those dates out by suggestion, didn't we? Yeah. Alyssa?
I was just going to say that the feedback that I heard from most people who wrote or spoke was that there's desire for it to happen sooner because people are so annoyed by the sound, the noise, and there's such concern about the health of the people who are using them primarily, but also the people who are nearby. And I also heard that there were some commercial operators who were engaged in some fear-mongering and misinformation. And I don't know, I feel like a broken record, but it's a significant public health issue, and I feel like that is what local government is for.
David?
I'm happy to do whatever the board wants. I just wanted to point out that in the last year's version, there was one extra year in the conversion, but no spring and fall seasons. So in some ways, the last one was harder, and we heard some feedback that the spring and fall, and so we've already lengthened by the spring and fall, the conversion by a couple of years, really. And so that's already made a little bit more permissive, and that helps, for homeowners who mostly probably want it in the fall. Well, I guess also, but not so much during the summer. And then, and helps the landscapers. So I think we have, since the last draft, is what I'm saying, we have made it a little bit more permissive, which was the feedback that we have. But I'm happy to go with anything that the board wants. It sounds like I'm hearing 2031 and then a bunch of 2030s. Are you okay with that?
I like Jim's point that should an amendment be presented at town meeting and passed, then that will make the decision for us.
Also, we received one note asking us to add climate change to the whereas clause. And I'm just wondering what board members, I think everybody was copied, right? Yeah.
I don't think it does.
Well, Jim and I got it.
Yeah.
Anyway, a member of the public wrote us and wanted to add to the statement of purpose at the top, climate change. And the reason that it's not there now is because the amount of greenhouse gas is small. The amount of pollution is huge because in leaf blowers, there's a ton of unburned hydrocarbons. And she pointed out, remember, it's like driving a pickup truck some huge number of miles. But what's the board's feeling? Do you want me to add climate change to the statement of purpose or not?
I have a preference that it be there, but I don't have an astute political analysis about it, other than it is certainly a reduction in greenhouse gases, and that climate-related articles have passed overwhelmingly at town meeting. So I think it would be both true and helpful to add that in.
Alyssa?
I don't think that it's necessary. I think that the statement of purpose is very clear and includes the reasons that this is being implemented.
Okay, Fran and Dean?
Proposed.
I could go either way, yeah.
It's completely tied.
Yeah.
Because two people are saying don't add climate change, and two people are saying to add climate change. Is that right?
Have we
Am I-
heard from Fran?
What did you say?
I said I could go either way.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry. I didn't. I
No, no,
misunderstood.
no. I'll go with the majority.
Yeah, that's the problem. I guess I'll, are you okay, Jim, if we don't put it on?
I'll be sad, but I'll survive.
Okay. Okay, anything else from the board? No?
No, I think we have members of the public, if you'd like to speak. Untimed because I forgot to time everybody else.
Well, since you didn't time anybody else, I don't think you can time us, right? Because we've been here for 3 hours.
So just so you know, Madam Chair, it's almost 10:30 and there are comments online.
So I'm Paul Campus on Ethan Allen Drive. I just spent 2.5 hours this morning talking to George Corrett, who's the owner of Echo Quiet Leaf Landscape Company. He's been all electric for 14 years. And I asked him, do you charge more, do you think, than the gas guys? And how's your business doing? And he said he can't hire enough people because, and he said sometimes they're a little higher, sometimes they're a little lower, but they aren't that different. He shocked me. He said most people with a half an acre spend $3,500 a year on lawn care. I was really surprised how much that was, how much I'm saving myself by not doing it. And he said that he now owns 3 Ford Lightning pickup trucks. Lightning pickup trucks have a gigantic battery in them, and he just doesn't have to worry about charging batteries at all anymore. And it turns out that Ford Lightning pickup trucks used to be a lot of money, but the people that trail boats decided that you realize they can't trail their boats very far because of the wind resistance. So the prices have come way down, and with rebates and state and federal, you can buy a Ford Lightning pickup truck for $30,000, and you can run as many battery-powered leaf blowers. You can charge 100 battery-powered leaf blowers out of a Ford pickup truck easily. So he said you just charge the truck overnight, you throw your battery-powered things in the truck, you charge during the day. It's very easy. So technology has improved since when he started 14 years ago. He's buying 2 more Ford Lightning pickup trucks, and this is all getting all electric. He has electric lawnmowers. So it works. It works. He's doing well. And, but he also said that if your town DPW isn't at the same place that the leaf blower people are that you want to change, they're going to be really pissed. Because they said they don't like 2 standards, one for them and one for the town. So he said they're going to be, and in Lexington, I actually talked to the sustainability director in Lexington, and the landscapers now have to make the big transition in a few months, and they're going to the DPW building and inspecting to make sure the town has the equipment, because that does affect them. Okay, on the draft bylaw. The slow phase-out pace proposed suggests little concern for climate. As you know, the wildfires in California that recently caused extensive property damage and some loss of life were the result of climate change. And as you know, we are partially responsible. Why? Unlike Las Vegas, CO2 produced in Acton doesn't stay in Acton. The leaf blower transition in Acton could easily be accomplished by January 2027, eliminating 2.4 million pounds of unnecessary CO2 emissions compared to proposed January 2031 date. Second, serious health concerns are associated with gas leaf blowing. If you did not consult the Acton Board of Health in drafting this bylaw, I suggest you do so now. In 2021, the Lexington Board of Health voted 5-0, issuing a warning to their select board about leaf blower health issues. I quote, "The Board of Health concurs with authoritative bodies, mainly the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, that noise at these levels and substantial exposure to particulate matter and chemical emissions cause a health risk to operators, unquote. Leaf blower operators include employees of commercial landscapers as well as towns. The next speaker, Maria, will address health issues regarding commercial landscaper employees. Regarding Acton Town DPW employees, I'm sure you agree that their lungs and lives are more important than the kind of leaf blower they use, and this is entirely under your control. The shelves at Home Depot are loaded with battery-powered leaf blowers. We could change the DPW very quickly. Note, walk-behind four-stroke wheel gas leaf blowers cause as many harms as backpack versions. They produce less toxic gas, but being more powerful, they produce more noise, more airborne particulate matter, and I just learned, operator hand numbness and blood vessel damage. I got this from the Billy Goat website. Billy Goat is the biggest maker of walk-behind leaf blowers, and right on their website, they talk all about how if you use these things, your hands will go numb and you'll damage your blood vessels unless you wear these really gigantic gloves, which most people don't wear. So I suggest that their use should be limited to lots larger than 1 acre in Acton as it is in Lexington. In closing, I urge the Acton Select Board to remember that you have the power to reduce health harms to many and to even save lives by sending a proactive leaf blower bylaw to town meeting. Though such a transition is never simple, it benefits residents, landscape workers, and the planet alike. So I think the real focus here is not on all the obstacles, who we got to, the focus here is on people and lives and lungs. And, I've read all the bylaws in the area. They don't have 1,000, different things about state property and town property. They work. And, they're all out there. It's not that complicated. Thank you.
So thank you, Paul. I just wanted to compliment you on saying that electric-only landscapers don't charge more, and that shocked you, because I like that statement. No, it's just that
It's the
electric-only,
pun.
it's a pun. Electric-only doesn't charge more, and it shocked you.
Oh. We can still make it funny at this late hour. How are you?
Buenas tardes. Okay, I'll start over. Buenas tardes y buenas noches. Good evening. I'm the Reverend Maria U.T. McCabe, although if you want, my real name is La Reverenda Maria Isabel Witty Clark Alvarez de McCabe. I am here this evening also to urge you to create a shorter timeline for passing for this bylaw to transition to battery-powered leaf blowers. I was really encouraged this evening to hear all of you listening to and discussing issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and proposing to examine yourselves as to how you deal with questions of white supremacy, as your diversity officer noted, and racism. I'm here to draw a direct line between my experience as a Latina elder, as someone who comes to you with a lifetime of Latinx immigration experience, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute, and the fact that the people most affected by the toxicity of gas-powered leaf blowers are Latinx. They are either documented in most cases, or in many cases, according to experts, 1 in 3 people who work for landscapers are undocumented. So I'll tell you a little bit about my experience. I told you I am a Latinx elder of Puerto Rican descent. Our immigration issues are different. Puerto Rico is essentially a protectorate or a colony of the United States. I will tell you, I watched my grandfather work himself to the bone through his entire life with a 2nd grade education to be able to send his children to college. I will tell you that I have worked as a chaplain for a significantly long time in an inner city hospital where the population is mostly Black and Latinx. I'm a native speaker of Spanish. I have useful skills, and I bring the cultural understanding. I worked in Tijuana as a volunteer, helping asylum seekers get legal advice, helping them to not be separated from their children by performing marriage ceremonies. As a minister, I can do that. And I listened to many stories, and the one instance that I will tell you that still wakes me up at night is the incident of a little boy, probably 6 years old. The children who are waiting for asylum are all traumatized. And this little boy, I believe he was from Guatemala, very quiet. All these children are quiet. And he drew a picture that he then covered with slashes of red. And he turned to us and he said, "That was when they came with the knives and they killed my family." I say this to you because I know from my entire lifetime that people like me, especially people who don't speak English the way I do, but people like me face a whole series of mistaken assumptions about who we are, that we're thugs, that we're racist, that we're rapists, that we don't work very hard, et cetera, or that we don't merit, that our health and our values don't merit being considered. Research published in the NIH library consistently shows that Latinx immigrants, documented and undocumented, occupy the most hazardous workplaces in this country. Included in that list are things like construction. When Katrina hit New Orleans, thousands of undocumented immigrants were brought in to work the most dangerous portions of those jobs. Meatpacking plants, things like janitorial services, even landscaping, garden work, and farm work are included in these most hazardous workplaces. Undocumented immigrants provide essentially much cheaper labor than others. They come with tremendous fear. They come with these children. They come with these experiences, and they are taken advantage of. And the reason there are not more statistics and there are not more studies done is because there are ugly secrets involved in hiring. Your former governor, Mitt Romney, had to fire 2 crews of undocumented immigrant landscapers. He said he didn't realize that they were undocumented. I know I'm probably sounding emotional, but this is an incredibly important issue. And I have spent my career, my ministry, doing my best to advocate for people who are in this society, who are my grandparents, who are my people, who have no voice. And I've heard this evening, I was so encouraged, as I say, to hear you talk about exploring how does your town, how do other municipalities, how do we learn how to see the people in our midst, right? How do we learn how to see and realize that their health, their children, I'm telling you, my people are incredibly hard workers. These men, and mostly landscapers, are men. I understand that women landscapers aren't quite tough enough to get the job. I would argue with that, but that's not why I'm here tonight. Undocumented workers who get these jobs are threatened, especially in this climate, but are threatened for their entire work life with deportation. They are paid routinely, and this is researched and also is known. They are routinely paid less. Often in our history with our immigration system, companies and employers have felt able to hire undocumented workers and then fire them with threats of deportation before payday. I urge you to consider the impact on the health. If research says that at least 1 in every 3 landscaper employees are undocumented workers, 1 in 3, 30%, that is a big number of people who are more likely than not working under threat, working under intimidation, when all they want is safety for their families, safety from political violence, and food to put on the table. I'll just close. I'm a minister, I can't help this, but I will just close with quoting. I just preached to my congregation about the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who always said, "It is always the right time to do the right thing." And so I urge you, I encourage you to really consider doing the right thing in this moment. And the right thing is to think of the health and to perhaps, if you haven't before, consider this invisible population. You have the power to do it. I hope you will, and as quickly as possible. Gracias, and thank you.
Thank you. I will take the first call-in user or call-in person.
Hello. My name is Karen Pierce. I live at 3 Heald Road in Acton. And I'm calling to say I was very disappointed to see you would push back the effective date for the bylaw to January 2031. Please bring it forward to 2030. I've lived in this town since 1999 and the leaf blower noise is absolutely out of control. Please bring the effective date back to 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Next call.
Hi, this is Deborah Symes on Concord Road. I'll just echo what others have said, which about the dates. I feel like they all could be basically reined in by at least a year, and that would make for a better bylaw. I also agree. I think maybe it was Alyssa who said this, that it's not great optics if we're making folks in the private sector do what municipality is getting a pass on. So I really think that the municipality should be held to the same timeline. There are a few copy edits I'm going to send on to you, David, but that's not for this meeting. In 3B, I'm confused by the phrase, I'll read this thing. It says the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in the town by property owners and those other commercial leaf blower operators. What are those other operators? I'm confused by what that means. So maybe somebody can answer that in a second. And two other things. One is in 3C, we have the seasonal use is okayed for a bit, but it goes to December 31st, which I find completely mystifying because who's blowing leaves in December? I think that should be reined way back, like maybe mid-November or some such thing. December 31st, I don't understand the rationale for that. Maybe someone has one. And my last thing is that in section 5, there's a phrase, I don't have it right in front of me, I'm operating off notes here, that says, may be enforced, I believe, and I do think that, as in other cases in this bylaw, should read shall be enforced. Those are my comments, thanks.
I have to say I was raking in December. It was pretty balmy.
Yes, I was a little alarmed how warm it was in December myself. I just want to appreciate that Paul brought up municipal employees and their health. We were just talking about healthcare costs going up, and that trend is likely not to stop. So if we want to keep claims down, then maybe we should consider our workers' lungs as well. And I also appreciate, Maria, you bringing up the Latino workers. I know I mentioned that way back when we first started talking about this that many of them were undocumented. And just in personal anecdote, we had a tree that was diseased and needed to be taken down, but it was in the right-of-way. So the town did it for us, and the contractor that was employed, this was years and years ago, before the town manager and assistant town manager were here, they employed an undocumented worker who, when a branch was cut and a wasp nest exploded, was stung and he was allergic, but also very frightened about going to the hospital to be treated because of his immigration status. So they are employed and even by the government. So as soon as possible.
Call-in user, please speak.
Hi, this is Tara calling back again, and for all the reasons, I don't want to stand by while we stay silent relative to the pastor's comments. I think if we did it for any reason, it should be that. It's one thing to do it, because of our costs, because of all important things, right? But if it's one reason, it should be that we should stop polluting and hurting other people. And that's what we're doing. And I hope that, and while we're on the topic, because Alyssa brought up the topic of the being afraid to go to the hospital, I think that it's time, and I've expressed this and I haven't seen anybody move on it, we should restate or at least make it clear what our sanctuary town principles are and broaden them to include medical offices, schools, et cetera. The City of Chicago has already prepared the defense documents, the legal reasoning relative to officials that put these policies in place to prevent unauthorized adults from entering these locations. And so that would cover ICE that don't have actual warrants, court-issued warrants. Remember, there's a very big difference between ICE has lists of people that they're going after, that there's no warrant for their arrest. They aren't criminals. And I think that we need to stand up for our immigrant brothers and sisters. Thank you so much.
Should we bring this back to another meeting or, yeah?
So I would suggest that I make changes based on the feedback and bring it back once again.
That sounds great.
By the way, I think the other commercial leaf blower operators was referred to those that employ 2 or fewer. Maybe that's obviously not clear. So anyway, I will try to clarify that along with the fact whether it's 2 or fewer or 3 or fewer, which Alyssa brought up earlier. So.
Thank you for working on this.
Well, this is fine, and I'll try to do it much faster, maybe even time enough for next week's meeting.
That sounds good. Great. Thank you. And our last agenda item, discuss joint meeting with Finance Committee on DPW building project. And this is relative to the meeting that we agreed to on Friday, January 31st, right at 7 in this room. And I just thought we hadn't discussed it, so if we wanted to have a discussion beforehand. I know that tomorrow night are the Finance Committee's listening session at the COA, so it's virtual, so I don't know, it's not a real meeting. Is it a? Pardon me? And virtual as well. Yeah.
But I think, Madam Chair, that it is they are discussing some of their own topics at the end of that meeting.
Right.
So it's not just a listening session. I'm nearly certain,
Okay.
because they asked about how long they could stay in the senior center.
Okay. But that had nothing to do, I just thought I'd announce that. John?
Thank you. So it's, we will need to publish an agenda for this meeting, and so I can check in with you afterwards. But I also just wanted to clarify your expectations of staff for that meeting room set up? Does this work, for example? And would you like presentations, or are you just going to go on what you've all been discussing and then try to hash it out between the two committees? I guess that's what, in terms of preparation for Friday night, that would be helpful for us to know. And then anything else that we can do to help be prepared for that, that'd be helpful.
Dean?
Well, I think some presentations by staff or consultants would be handy. A lot of the information that we're going to need is already out there. We've got the boards. The sorts of questions that they continue to ask are looking at longevity of the equipment based on whether it's stored outside or inside. They're looking at still the impact of having fossil-free building compared to one using natural gas or some other fuel source. So I think we need to be able to reiterate that. I know David was asking specifically about how far advanced the HVAC system design has been, and how many geothermal wells are going to be needed. Those are the kind of factual questions that seem to be at dispute. I think the other part of the larger issue is discussion about the function and the operation of the Public Works Department. There's been a great deal of discussion from FinCom questioning the need for things like the number of mechanics we've got, or whether we're going to outsource all of the mechanics operations. And I think we probably need to be able to push back on that a little bit, explaining why we've had 3 mechanics for the last 40 years or so, and what the impact to the operation of the department and the delivery of services to the taxpayers would be if we no longer had any mechanics. Snowplow breaks down in the middle of a snowstorm, that's it. You just have to do what you can do with what piece of equipment you have left. So I think to a certain extent, they might be wanting to get into micromanaging the operation of Public Works. So I think to the extent staff would be necessary, maybe somebody from Public Works, either Corey or Carl, to be able to talk about what the practical impacts would be of not being able to store trucks inside, not being able to repair trucks with our own in-house staff. I see this almost as more of a philosophical discussion. Once they get over the sticker shock of how much it's going to cost, and we certainly provided lots of information to show, comparables in other towns. But I think it's almost like they want to do an organizational study of Public Works functions. So I think having somebody from Public Works there to talk about that and our expectations of Public Works is probably as important as talking about the actual design of the building, because obviously the function drives the design drives the cost. So, yeah, I hate to drag town staff out on a Friday night, but it's unfortunate, but I think that's what we're going to have to do.
I just wanted to interject. I was trying to avoid dragging staff in on a Friday night, and I was hoping that those kind of questions were answered for them at the tour, which Corey was there answering lots of questions. So I imagine this just being us hashing it out. I was wanting there was a sheet, and you mentioned this in an email, I think, too, a sheet listing all the DPW buildings, newer buildings, and how much they cost. I love that. And also kind of like a tax impact sheet, maybe, or something similar to something like that. I mean, we've all seen this information over and over, sorry. So, Alyssa.
I'm just over here trying to compete with Jim. So I envision this as a discussion between the select board members and the finance committee members, not an opportunity to get staff to answer questions or provide information. There are other forums that are more appropriate, the website, the DPW building committee meetings, et cetera, or ALG meetings, staff are there. So I think that what would be best is if I don't really like the phrase hash it out. No, that wasn't meant to be an insult, but this is a high level, I think everybody's feeling unheard or at least not understood. That's what I heard from the proposal which was put forward by Christie at the first budget workshop, or no, it was the budget presentation at our regular meeting that FinCom was here for. So I think that we need to listen to one another and make a concerted effort to listen to understand the position, both boards, and not listen to respond or provide the answer or provide the reason or provide this is why I'm right. So I don't see any need for staff to be here as clerk of the select board, and there is no clerk for finance committee. I will take minutes.
There is a clerk.
Oh, I
You don't
thought
have to
Mary
take-
Ann took notes.
I think Ann,
That's both are true.
Okay.
There's a clerk and Mary Ann
Whatever,
takes-
I'll take notes, so that we have a meeting minute to approve later for the joint meeting. And as far as, we don't need presentations, but some of the information, like the technical memo or the tax impact, or I shouldn't say or, and the table of other building project costs in the area, all of the square footage, printouts of those for all 11 of them, 5 of us, that would be sufficient. I just have a question about setup and whether or not this is going to be broadcast or recorded. Do we need ActonTV here, or is this just a Zoom meeting, or is
just
it
just
just an in-person meeting?
It was just a Zoom meeting, not ActonTV or, right?
I would also
Sorry,
be
I was-
comfortable not having it
Yeah.
recorded on Zoom. I mean, no, I'm not, I wouldn't be okay with that because of accessibility. So we should be able to have the public who cannot be here in person be able to watch.
Yeah. Jim?
I was trying to articulate for myself and for my fellow board members what a good outcome looks like. And so I'm clear about some things it doesn't look like. We don't expect some large number of FinCom members to suddenly go, oh, I get it, of course, I agree with you now. Would be nice, but it's not going to happen. So I agree primarily that there's the listening thing about being heard. Okay, I get that, you're concerned about this. And there's going to need to be some response, like, I hear you say that, and when I had that concern, I convinced myself that it was fine because blah, blah, blah. So I think there will be some back and forth, but it's not a trying to convince. It's I get your perspective, let me, even repeat it back to you, make sure I got it, and here's my perspective. What I expect or hope is that that some of the quieter or on-the-fence FinCom members will remove themselves from this insistence that, this is a bad project. I think what that means, though, is we also have to be open to being influenced by what they say. I mean, so for example, that when they raised the concerns about staging, that turned out to be an excellent idea. So, there might be other really good ideas in what they have to say. So, I want to make sure if we're coming in there to listen, that also means we're willing to change, learn from what they say. I think that's all I got. Zoom's good, but these microphones make it seem like we're, it's harder to speak to each other when we got microphones. I wonder if there could be more of a circle with microphones, that might be okay. So in terms of table shape, if there's any way to close the loop and make it a little smaller, that might be good.
I was thinking of a table, just a table. We had a conference in here once with just tables, so we were all facing each other, but I didn't take the microphones into account.
Well, last week we had 2 tables here and
Yeah.
just tightened up, and it felt pretty close to me. And but
Yeah.
I still had, not a closed loop, so the audience was kind of closed out of it. That's kind of, we try to be aware of that for room design. But these tables have wheels under them, so we can do whatever you want.
I agree with John. A circle is really bad if you're expecting people from Zoom to watch. And I don't think we had a problem in the hemisphere when we were discussing the budget and the budget workshops, right? I was able, I forget where, I was sitting in slightly two different places each time, but I was able to see everybody who was speaking. And I think that's okay. So the camera has to be from somewhere. So I would prefer not a circle, but, in some ways, I wish it wasn't on Zoom, but if it is, I completely understand that it allows accessibility to people. Also, I think that any discussion is, so I don't think we need any presentations or anything, but any discussion is going to involve facts, right? And, if someone says, well, why do we have parking for 50 trucks? And someone says, well, there isn't room for 50 trucks. Okay, how many trucks are in the building, right? We need to know that and in order to do that, right? And that'll be important because if the objection is that we're parking 50 trucks, maybe that is too big because we don't have room for 50 trucks. So I think the facts are going to be important. So having, someone with those facts, it would be good. Dean probably has most of the facts in his head. One of us also can look them up on the DPW facility site. But if staff was eager to come on a Friday night, that wouldn't be terrible.
Dean?
Yeah, I think perhaps Tom and Corey and I can chat and come up with another statistics list. We've already got the information about the cost of the building, the size of the building compared to other facilities. We've already got that as a printout. We've got the updated plans right over there that actually show all of the sizes and the number of vehicles that can park inside. Maybe we could just take the information off that and put it on a one-pager that we can hand out. I think, what I'd like to see come out of the conversation is will the Finance Committee back any building at all, ever? That's the first question. If they will back a building, how big is it supposed to be? What's your dollar limit? You know, if they say $20 million, okay, we know we can't do that. And if not now, when? You know, would they back this scope of a building at this cost in a year, understanding that the costs are going to go up by 5 or 6%? But does that optically work better for them? So I think those are the kind of things. If we have this big discussion, we walk out of it, and the overwhelming majority of the Finance Committee still says, you know, we won't even talk about this. You know, there's no way we'll ever support this building, then, you know, I don't know as we've accomplished much. But I'd like to get some kind of feedback from them. You know, do they have a dollar figure in mind? Do they have a size of the building in mind? Do they want to cut down the public works operation and save money that way and outsource it all? I don't know, but those are all, would be interesting pieces of information. You know, the assumptions through this with the consultants is, look at our existing operations, plan for a certain amount of expansion, and design a building. If the Finance Committee has decided that we shouldn't be in the public works operation anymore, then we need to know that, because obviously there's some real fundamental work that's got to be done. If they decide that they don't want us to plow the streets anymore or build more sidewalks or whatever, we need to know that. So hopefully we can tease some of that feedback from the committee as well.
Two thoughts. One is a technical question. Do we have anything like owl equipment, the kind that can, focus in automatically on the person who's talking, even in a circular situation?
We did demo one of those at a recent meeting. I actually didn't hear how it went, but I know that we do have one. We have these things fixed, so we've never used it in here, but we could try to figure out how to do that by Friday.
I will share that the use of the owl at the senior center for the Board of Health meeting did not go so well. It interrupted the Acton Nursing Services Advisory Committee meeting, kept kicking me and then Heather out. I was also at the building, but in another room on my laptop. And then during the Board of Health meeting, it kept kicking members who were online out. And obviously, we're going to all be in the same room, but, you know, sometimes we have issues if we're all on Wi-Fi here. So I wouldn't want to take that risk of trying it out without staff support. So it's a good idea, though. Another day.
The other comment was, one thing that the structure allows us to do that might be helpful is following up with particular FinCom members who say things. Because I think some of the more extreme kind of, possibilities that you've been talking about, Dean, are only one or two people on the FinCom, and they're the people that speak the most. So we have an opportunity to engage with everyone. So I think hearing and asking questions of everyone is going to be a good way of probing the kind of questions you're curious about, which is, what's the bottom line here? Yeah.
It's okay. I see you're pensive. So I just want to add something in response to Dean's comments. I don't find that very fair because I have not heard anyone say publicly at least, that there's not a support for any project of any size at any time. I've heard very clearly that we know it's necessary. We're just hung up on the elements that are included and the size and the scope and the timing following on the heels of the operating override last year. And I also don't think it's fair to suggest that maybe some FinCom members or even one FinCom member doesn't want to be in the Public Works operation anymore or build any more sidewalks or whatnot. So I don't think that that's going to be helpful if we go in, expecting answers from those questions. And, maybe people have said those things in other forums, private forums, one-on-one, email, whatever, and I'm just not privy to it. But I think that what Jim said is more of where I am. Like, we had a chance to hear from everybody and just on this topic, which has not yet been possible until now.
David?
So just so you know, some things that have been suggested is to outsource all of our mechanics, to not cover.
I've heard all of those things. What I'm saying is I haven't heard anyone say they don't want the town to be involved in public works operations. So when I hear that, I think that there might be, are we expecting somebody to say, let's get rid of this department altogether? That's what I hear. Public works operations to me means like all encompassing, and I'm sorry if that's not what you meant, but that's what I'm responding to. I've definitely heard, specific.
But I was going to say, and through several things, the mechanics not covering any of our equipment, having office staff go in rental space somewhere else in town. So that kind of thing, which would mean that the DPW facility would be just some locker rooms for equipment parked outside. Locker rooms for the operators of equipment parked outside, right? So anyway,
I'm open to whatever they bring and whatever all of you bring.
And I have heard someone say that we don't need a new DPW building. Oh, yeah, I was just adding my 2 cents. Yeah. Jim?
Hearing silence, I wonder if it's time for a motion to adjourn.
Well, we have consent.
Oh, of course,
and we
never
can
mind.
move- So I can touch base, John, about the agenda. Yeah.
By the way, it's scheduled to be facilitated.
It is.
By a
We're
facilitator.
We're gonna have a moderator who charges a nominal fee, I think, of $25.
That would be Bart,
That would be
Jim.
Bart.
You look
Yep.
surprised.
Yep. Moving on to consent. 15, approve one-day wine and malt license, St. Elizabeth of Hungary, 89 Arlington Street, February 8th, 2024. 16, approve a one-day wine and malt license, Neshoba Valley Neighbors, Nagog Woods Clubhouse, March 22, 2025. Approve a one-day wine and malt license, Mariel Waters, Nara Park, September 5th, 2025. 18, accept grant funding for $250,000 from Stanton Foundation towards the construction of a dog park. That's awesome. 19, approve license agreement for light pole maintenance at 295 Main Street. 20, accept donation from West Acton Village Merchants for $1,000, Leo Fochtman for $250 in gift cards, and Orion Industries for $1,000 towards the Serving Residents Through Voluntary Efforts, SERVE gift account.
Madam Chair, I would like to hold number 15, and then I move to approve items 16 through 20 inclusive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Unanimous?
And number 15, I would just like to say 2025.
Oh, 2025.
Because
Thank you.
it makes more sense.
Yes.
So I move to approve one-day wine and malt license for St. Elizabeth of Hungary, 89 Arlington Street for February 8th, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move to adjourn.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
I think you did because it stood out to me the next one.